Ooh, look who it is! The vultures have arrived! Oh my goodness. That's right, it's that time of the week again. Monday night. Monday Night Mayhem. It is happening. It's almost time for that queue to open. It'll be in just a couple minutes here, as I have not posted the announcement in the Discord yet. But y'all are early. Welcome. So, yeah. We can start with that in just a couple minutes. But, of course, tonight's the night. Celebrate your love for what as I'm about to put in my announcement here, the most abusive game known as Tetris. Alright? That's what we're going to be doing tonight. On this Valentine's Day, or whatever it is that Hallmark calls it nowadays. Who knows? But, don't have a date? Well, that's great. Me neither. So, yeah. We'll be back in just a second. We're going to be opening up that queue shortly. All right, it's about time. Y'all ready? Here, let me just post it in Discord so people have a quick second. All right, there we go. Announcements out. Typing in command, and here we go. Open queue. Have at it. Oh my God. There we go. Alright, who has decided that they're first? Let me actually look. Okay, T-Night Satan, Boopy Old Hag have entered the queue first. My goodness. That's right, yeah, and Louis' trigger finger has certainly gotten better. My God. So, there we go. Got 3 in the queue already, still got 5 open. So, looks like a couple are going to be filled momentarily, but yeah. Like I said, we get started tonight with T-Night Saint making the queue this time around after missing it last week versus Poopy Old Egg. So there you go. Be back in just a second. I'm going to go set that up, and I'll probably have some other opening remarks. But and by opening remarks, I mean me gibbering into a mic because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about any day of the week. But yeah, we'll be back in just a second. Look at that. Another insta-fill Q. My goodness. All right. It took me a second to realize that, yeah. That friggin' edit had been filled up in a matter of 2 seconds. So, yeah. Like I said, we get started in just about a minute and a half here with TNI Saint versus Poopy Old Hag. And fortunately for me, that's not that much work because Poopy was the last person to play last time. So, there you go. Yeah, stay tuned. Me getting started in about 70 seconds. All right, ladies, gentlemen, everybody. Oh, my word. It is that time of the week. It's 6-4. I don't know what you're thanking me for. I didn't actually do anything. Think of the follow, Ty Domino Guy T. You're just in time for yet another edition of Monday Night Mayhem with your host, the Burb Wizard, who, yeah, has been having quite a day already. We've already got a full queue. So, yeah, this should be a very fun night. So, you know what? Without any further ado, we're just going to get right into this. Charlie, where you at, my friend? I need you, buddy. And by that, I mean, can I click a button? Introductions, please, on the red side. He is making his second appearance here on Tetris Friendlies on the Monday Night Show anyway. Last we saw him, he lost to Orlando. And actually, even after that, we saw him miss out on the queue last week. Quicker on the trigger tonight, he is TNI Saint. His opponent over on the blue side, she made my life a lot easier tonight. And she was the last person to play on Friendlies last week and the first to make an appearance this week. She's the queen of the flower petals, the Poopy Old Hag. All right. Of course, folks, do you know the drill? If this is anything other than 18 all the way, let me know. When y'all are ready, let me know. Not level selections. If level selections only if it's anything other than 18. So yeah. When you guys are ready, let me know. We'll get this show on the road. And dang, Q is full already. Yeah, I know. I know it. It filled, yeah, in about a matter of, a matter of under a minute. So, yeah, yeah, probably about 20 seconds. Yeah. You had a stopwatch. You know, I'll take your word for it on that, because I genuinely believe that it was probably that quick. What do you call it? Someone said they were ready. Yeah, Poopy says she's ready. So we got it right from Poopy. Once we have one from Saint as well, we can go ahead. We can get this underway. And again, if we're doing anything other than 18, let me know. Audio was off. That is what we call in the industry a bra moment. I just realized I need to change a setting that I forgot to. Get rid of that filter. There we go. Okay. All right, so 18 works for TNI Saint. So, if you're ready, I'm assuming you're ready to go. It looks like we're ready to go. So, Poopy, if you can confirm that you're still ready. Yep, TNI Saint says ready 18 whenever. So, if Poopy could confirm that we're good here. And we'll go ahead and get it started here. Yeah, yep, there we go. All right, both are ready to go. Here we go. Let's count it down. Game number 1 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. It's time. Get this week started right with a moderately high octane matchup. And by moderately high octane, I mean we got a couple 1.1 players on the board here right now. And of course, I don't even know what on earth the rest of the queue looks like. All I know is even Mart's barely got in tonight, and he's certainly one of the most well-known vultures here. So let's see what we got going on here, because while they're getting underway, because these guys aren't going to top out, right? Right? I can count on the two of you not to top out right now. So I can count on the two of you to survive. Okay. So we got this matchup. Of course, after this, we got 6-4 taking on Milo, the Milwaukee Menace, or whatever you want to call him. Of course, we got Louis Skooey looking to keep his Monday night streak alive up against Morlando. Both are vying for that Upstarts title from the sounds of it, so that'll be a good one. Got Roman and Elp. We got GD and Penguin. Another couple other good Upstart battles. And then, of course, as we get towards the end of the night, we're going to see Dan V. Weller taking on Rhubarb in a roll-off. I'm assuming they'll be rolling, because that's what they do nowadays. And then, of course, won't be till the end of the night that we see Martz versus Boxy, of all people. We're supposed to play little Squibbles, but he didn't show. So he's like, you know what? I'll play anyone. Boxy will do. And we'll have Yeehaw McKickass taking on C. Christy M, aka Colin. So, pretty fun queue all around. As we got a score of 155 to 132, TNI Saint with the lead. And yeah, the queue is already closed. Louis has timed it. He had a stopwatch out from the moment I opened up the queue. He said it was literally 20 seconds. So, I said, like, if I could take more matches, I would. I absolutely would. Like, because, man, like, it's definitely kind of ridiculous. Not gonna lie. So Boopy in a little bit of trouble here, getting a little bit high up. As she is, okay, yep, gonna get that square piece left, and a long bar there will do wonders for her there. And there's one down the right, but meanwhile, she's gonna start falling further and further behind, down over 100,000 points. TNI Saint with a nice clean board at 296. Boopy at 175. Finally about to get this right side reopened with that S. And yeah, right, that's right. Yeah, just don't do what you did on Semi. Back 3 back on a 4-way scene. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like people will suggest 4-way scenes like all the time. I feel like every week at this point, someone will be like, "Hey, Burb, why don't you do a 4-way scene?" And to which I will answer this. Oh, TNI Saint in some trouble here. Answer that in a minute. But right now, he's got to answer to this RNG, but he can't do it. He's finished at 301. So there's your target, Poopy. You require 302. Take down the dragon. That is TNI Saint's score. There you go. Nice dirty Tetris to help with that. It's 251. About 2 Tetrises required and some change. And 302 is the score you need. And again, she's got a nice clean board. And there's the lumber. There's a Tetris. 277. One more should do it here. Yeah, again, just taking it nice and easy here. Great stacking. There's the lumber. There's the Tetris. 303. That'll be enough. And Boopy Old Hag will reset. She knows. That's good. She'll take game number 1. Yeah, greatly executed chase down there by Boopy to get the job done. Knew exactly what she needed to do. So she goes and gets a beverage of some sort there, gets refreshed, takes a quick walk. Okay, now she's ready to go. And once we got one from Saint, we will go ahead and we will continue with game 2. There it is. Let's count it down. Game number 2. And someone would say it's coming straight to you or something in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And of course, I did get a redeem. Someone has requested I hydrate. That was about 10 minutes ago, but I'm going to do it now anyway. Burp semi-hourly reminder. Stay hydrated, my friends. Okay. All right, so TNI Saint with the first touches of the game on that coveted 100% Tetris rate. That would have James Chen screaming his ears off right now. Or, well, not his ears off, but more like everyone else's. But Tetris, we'll go to 45,000. 25 for the Boopy Old Hag through the first 8 lines. So about a 1 Tetris difference here as Boopy has had to take a few burns. Yeah, so as I was about to start saying before the end of that last game, this Boopy gets a nice little T-tuck set up there. I actually really like that. Yeah, as I was starting to say, you know, like people, like I said, I feel like people ask you every week, like, hey, yeah, Burb, why don't you do a 4-way scene, you know? And again, I give the same answer every time. Like that would kind of, I feel like that would defeat the purpose of friendlies, right? And, oh, what a vault of the Z from Poopy. I'm like talking about random stuff and she's just whipping those pieces over. He went das, man. My God. So, but no, you know, as I'm saying, you know, like I feel like doing a 4-way scene would kind of entirely defeat the purpose of, you know, Tetris friendlies. Give kind of everyone that chance to, you know, be in the spotlight. I feel like that's a big part of this, you know. I think doing a 4-way scene would kind of take away from that, you know. There's something to be said about that, especially for newer players that come on and play too, you know. There's something to be said about that. There's also something to be said about this score, as both of them are doing pretty good here right now, although TNI Saint with a rough little square hole that had to be filled in with a SP, so he is up high, not in great shape. He's at 171, 156 for the Poopy Old Hag. TNI Saint with a dirty Tetris. Go to 194. And more importantly, stay alive. Oh my goodness. Another long bar, another Tetris. He's back down to safety. Still with about a 1 Tetris lead. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and I imagine 4-way seeds. Yeah, Yeehaw, I imagine they are rougher to call. So, either way, look at this. These two players neck and neck right now. Neither with the cleanest of boards. Poopy, look at her bring this down. T9 Saint needing just to uncover this one hole remaining towards the middle of his board. And there we go. Gonna plug that in there with the lumber. Remember the S. There's the lumber. There's the Tetris. So 255 to 252. Yeah, you could say we're neck and neck in this one. Yeah, that's right. Only four-way approved seed around here is tag teams. Yeah, that's right. All right, so Poopy navigating that dig there. Unfortunately, I have to put more weight on the right side, but yeah, both players having a pretty decent game here, I would say. At least as far as 1.1 players are concerned, I think these are pretty decent games we got going. I mean, the neck and neck, that's about all we can ask. That is what I call peak Tetris right there. Well, maybe not peak Tetris, but pretty close. So look at this. Poopy taking the nice skims here. That Z, not going to be great for her board, but going to resolve with the J-Tuck there on the right. As we are starting to approach transition here. And she's going to bring this board down with the triple with that long bar. Ooh, but the S misdrop, though. That's going to be tough to navigate through, but bring it down with the long bar. Meanwhile, T9 Saint not in good shape either. Actually, I would argue in worse shape at the moment. He still needs a lot to get this down. Oh, and that long bar hanging column 8, or 3, excuse me. Just thinking about the right side, not the left. But he could set something up here if he really wants. But nope, gonna go ahead and start bringing this back down to earth here as we've got under 30 lines to go till transition. He's gonna need to get this as far down to the bottom as possible. Oh my goodness, nice long bar combo, but misdrops the square and says screw it, I'm done. That is brutal. And at 345, he's finished. 354 for the Poopy Old Hag. That'll be enough. Take the 2 lead. Misread that as a waistline in time. All right, so kind of a suffer game 2 there from both, but it was neck and neck the whole way. We can suck together. Nobody clipped that. All right, they're ready to go. We got ready, Poopy. Just need it ready from TNI saying that we can get this one underway. Oh my God. All right, there we go. They're both ready to go. Let's count it down. Game number 3 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Oh my goodness. Of course, coming up next. What the hell's coming up next again? I don't actually remember. Here we go. Coming up next, it's going to be 6-4. Taking on Milo. And of course, both players looking to make their way in the Upstarts division. Maybe crack the top 10. I don't think either are there at the moment. I think both are players that could get there. So I think this will be a good chance for the both of them to get a win here tonight. But Poopy is up really high here. There's a lot more. There's a Tetris for the safety there. Yeah, all right. So Milo letting you know, to our 2 players here, no early top outs, please, because his computer is having a fit. So he would appreciate it if you guys decided to not suck just for this game. At least for this game. But Poopy's left side looking pretty vulnerable here. Is Tetris ready, though? And there's the lumbar for the score. I'm going to go to 99,000. Actually, look at this. It's about a 400-point difference between the 2 players right now. 99,560 for Poopy, 99,180 for TNI Saint. So there you go. Barely a difference in these two scores right now. And Poopy, she'll take that S over to the right. Oh my goodness. So yeah, look at this. And just like that, TNI Saint has taken a bit of a lead here, 147 to 105. As he is taking some burns here. And oh, that square, ill-timed. Now we're going to have to find a way to open up the hole that he's just created. It's almost like a little mini reverse secret grade, right? That's almost what that looks like. So again, he's working this board down. There we go. Nice J. Oh, but Poopy, meanwhile, in some serious trouble. That long bar going to get left for some relief. And that Z barely getting there, too. Oh, my goodness. And look at this. Poopy's getting exactly what she needs. All right, she needs another line piece here. Not going to come. And cannot get the long bar that comes too late all the way left, unfortunately. So she is finished at 143. And at 184, TNI Saint will be good. And we'll take game number 3. We're going to game 4. All right, yeah, GG's there. No sweep happening in this one. So game 4 coming up here as we got a ready from Poopy. And once we got a ready or a hover 3 or whatever from TNI, we'll go ahead and continue. And there it is. They're both ready in chat, so let's count it down. Game number 4 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So again, buying Milo some time. Get his PC up and running. So, I'm sure Milo will have all the thanks for Poopy there later. Or for Saint, depending on how you want to look at it. Depending on whether you feel that, you know, whether you feel he won that game or she lost. That remains to be seen. Nice little roof burn there from Poopy Old Hag. To start, and another little roof burn there. The King Special. A little long bar flat. There you go. You got Game Theory Expert. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Cannot believe you weren't already following. Where have you been? My goodness. All right, 94,000 here for TNI Saint, 57 for the Poopy Old Hag. Another long bar, another Tetris, goes to 82,000 here. As TNI Saint is a little bit of a mess here. That long bar left going to clean things up. There's another score, go to 119. So, of course, both players kind of suffering here tonight all around, but this game not going too bad. Just been a lot of digging on both sides here. This Poopy's left side getting a little dicey. Could use an L or a J against the J. And, oh, that square going to hang for Poopy. Oh, man, this is getting awfully dicey here for Poopy. I don't know that there's any getting out of that. No way. And with that Tetris from TNI Saint, he's going to be good. And we can say game 4 is no more. And just like that, we're going to a decider. And are you being watched? I mean, I don't know. I'm not the FBI. I don't know. Are you being watched? Should you be watched? I don't know. All right, we got it right for Poopy. Oh my god. All right, and there's the ready for TNI Saint. Let's count it down. Game number 5. Here it comes. Ready or not. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right, and of course, 6 forward Milo now. If everything is working properly, now would be a good time. Get live. Get those warm-ups in if you're not already. And look at that. Now look at that. See, Milo is grateful that this set has gone to 5 games. So, yeah. To whomever should be attributed for that, thank you on his behalf. So yeah, off we run here. Game number 4. Or game number 5. And it was 1-2-0 in favor of Poopy, who is kind of got a little canyon going in the middle there. In the middle, little tower of S pieces, but it's going to work to kind of flatten this out here. Nice adjustment there for the J. There's a long bar. There's a Tetris for some relief. And now is back down to safety. So, yeah, again, both players just keeping their boards under control here. Of course. There you go. You heard it here first. Whoever made the match, go all 5 games. You have 5 gifted subs coming to you in the near future from Milo. His words, not mine. Oh my goodness. Touch for Poopy, touch for Saint. Let's get a quick score check here. We're about 30 lines through. 164 for the Saint, 123 for the Poopy Old Hag. Add a Tetris, go to 146. All right, a similar line count, about a 1 Tetris lead for TNI Saint. All right, Tetris for Saint. And again, both players just keeping it clean, keeping things under control. I think, as one would say, warm-up is done for the both of them. And the hope, of course, is that holds true and that they can keep everything in good shape. And right now, look at this, 216 for both. That had Tetris for Saint go to 239. So having a very solid game on both sides, although Poopy with a bit of a line dependency down the middle. And actually, really 2 line dependencies, but 1 is covered at the moment. Now is just, yeah, in need of a long bar. There we go. 1 completely filled in. And now just has the 2 deep hole towards the middle left side there. Don't know how else to refer to that, so that's what we're going to call it. She works to dig this down. Meanwhile, TNI Saint keeping this under control, though it looked like made a slight misdrop. It's at 309, 228 for the Poopy Old Hag. And yeah, oh, you can see she maybe thought about setting up the dirty Tetris, and you know, with the pieces that she got, probably would have got it, but definitely don't want to play too aggressively here. Again, it is game 5. Gotta stay alive. Rhyming accidentally. Again, 238 for the Poopy Old Hag. Still waiting on a long bar here to try and score again. And there we go. Finally, Tetris goes to 263. 317 for the TNI Saints. It's about a 60,000 point lead. Though Poopy coming right back into it with another Tetris here. 308. So about a Tetris back now, as we are at the 85 line mark for both. Another score for Poopy. Will take the lead momentarily, but TNI Saint coming right back. One of his own. Poopy with the Vits going on here. Waiting on a long bar to resolve it, though. There we go. There's the Vits for Poopy. And a long bar and a score. Look at that. So again, transition coming up pretty soon. About 35 lines to go. And we are pretty neck and neck here. Players are going to want to start keeping these boards clean. So that way they can handle the 19 plus, especially with Das. You know how it be. It can be really nasty to these two players. So Poopy now has surpassed the 400,000 mark. TNI Saint with that Tetris as well. 423 to 401. Still maintaining about a 1 Tetris lead. course, this may be our first transition of the night if both can get there. So Tetris for the Poopy Old Hag, 450 to 469. Hey now, for the Saint. Was still, just trying to find a J, not showing up, and probably, I think, may have misrotated that L. And, oh, man, he's getting way up high now. And that L's not going to get left. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He's finished at 470. And at 497, not with a great board either, at a Tetris, past 500,000. Poopy's going to be good, and will take the game of the match in 5. GG's all around. So there you go. You can feel free to play this out if you wish. May as well. But either way, I'm going to set up the winner scene here because, again, this one is over. So finally, some transition action from at least one of our players here. And, you know, we take those. Oh, my God. What a dirty Tetris. Poopy just flexing on us at this point. You see this? Like, my goodness. Oh, I don't know if she's surviving this, though. Maybe. Maybe. No, that Longbar probably just sealed the door there. Yeah, no dice. All right. Well, hey. GG's there. Game number 5. Here's your winner, the Poopy Old Hag. Avoiding the reverse sweep. Taking this one in 5. Of course, GG's all around. Thank you both for coming on and playing. And as always, congratulations to our winner, Poopy Old Hag. Yeah, definitely a weird series. Yeah, I don't entirely disagree there. But a little less weird is this match coming up next. It'll be 6-4 taking on Milo in a match we haven't seen in a long time. So yeah, I'm gonna go set that up. We're gonna be right back. Stay tuned. All right, everybody. That's our first matchup in the books. And we've got another good one coming up here. Rematch we haven't seen in quite some time. Let's get instructions, please. On the red side, here's, of course, a fellow Chad Restreamer here in the world of Classic Tetris. And he is representing the UK, staying up late to make this matchup happen. And make sure to check him out in June or sometime this summer, as it sounds like his 4th invitational tournament may be happening. He is 6-4-64. And his opponent over on the blue side, he is, of course, a man of several nicknames. You call him the Milwaukee Menace, the Milwaukee Marauder, whatever you want to call him. He's a guy rising up the ranks or looking to get there in the Upstarts division and is going to look to make his way starting tonight. He is Milo. His 4th invitational already okay, I meant his 5th. You know, where to fix that in post. You ready? You ready for this? Some audio to fill it. Okay. And make sure to check him out this summer for his 5th invitational tournament, because that may be happening this summer. There you go. How's that? Is that better so I can fix that in post? Someone can edit that in? All right. All right. We got ready, chat, from Milo, who was offered up 18 all the way, 6'4", agreeing to that. So once we have... we have it ready from 6'4". He's been ready. All right. Let's count it down. Game number 1. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right. Off we run for this game number 1. And of course, you know, Milo, a player who kind of took a break from getting in on the Tetris Friendlies action. You know, for a little while, had some personal stuff going on, and, you know, he's come back and it's already set a couple new PBs. Was that like 820 something or another beforehand, and now is almost at 900K. So certainly someone who will be looking to show up more often, make his waves in the Upstarts division, but right now is in a bit of a mess. Though set up for something dirty here. There's Lumber for a dirty Tetris. Oh my goodness. So there we go. First Tetris, a dirty one. We'll go to 36,000. 71 for 6-4. Goes to 94 with that Tetris there. So yeah, kind of a rough start for Milo, but getting it all cleaned up. And I can't believe I'm not already banned here. Okay, so I do need to send the FBI to watch you then. All right. Yeah, like when you asked if you were being watched, I'm like, I don't know. Are you? Like, so maybe I do send the FBI. I have connections, obviously. Nah, I'm kidding. I don't actually have connections. I'm not that cool, but don't you worry. I'm not that cool, but 142 for 6-4, 88 for Milo. Both are in their respective mini digs at the moment. Milo getting out of his. Another Lumber, another Tetris goes to 114. And I just realized I need to fix a little something on my end real quick. Just make this look a little bit nicer. All right, just for everyone's eyes involved. Let's make this a little nicer, shall we? It's just if I could move it properly. There we go. That's a little better, and I can probably just do this too, because why the heck not? Okay, and there, it's like nothing ever happened. That's a little better. It's not much, but it's honest work. All right, so 124, Milo still burning away. 204 for 6-4, another Tetris for both. So lead will stay the same. All right, another Tetris for the Milwaukee Marauder goes to 171. So it's back by about 70,000 points or so. More or less. Because obviously, when I max out Club here to do the math for me, so I'm just kind of pretending like I know how to do it myself, right? Like that's not what, math is not what I was brought in here to do. I was here to, I was brought in here to, yell numbers at people about Tetris, right? That's what I was brought here to do. So anything beyond that is going to be hit or miss. So either way, 6-4 still enjoying a lead. That's the important part, right? So There we go. Milo taking a big sigh of relief there as he brings his board back down to safety. 6-4 meanwhile. Has the lead, but is in Dig City at the moment. So he looks to bring this board down. There's a long bar for some relief. Now is another line dependency. He'll fill it in. There we go. Nice triple. Get his board back open. So transition coming up fairly soon as we got about 35 lines to go for both. 6-4 above the 300,000 marker at 318. Milo 254. Added Tetris for 6-4. He'll go to 341. So yeah, some pretty solid survival from both players. Again, some rough situations, but both players showing that they can get out of them. Don't ban tomorrow what you can ban today. My goodness. Imagine getting banned from classic Tetris related channels. My goodness. It's like, I can't believe you haven't banned me. I don't even know who you are. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, 334 to 411. As we have about 10 lines to go, Tetris for Milo goes to 380. Just trying to keep up here with 6-4, who has been playing very clean this whole time and is behind by a couple lines as well. So Milo taking a burn, has 1 Tetris available. 6-4 still with 2. Milo transitions 406. So in 6-4, looking at potentially a 500k transition if he can get this last Tetris here. He just needs a line. But it ain't coming. Take the triple. 487 his score at transition. So up we run here in this game number 1. Still rhyming accidentally, but Milo misdropping accidentally, and he is finished at 413. So at 500,000, right on the nose, pretty much. 6-4 will be good, and we'll take game number 1. All right, so GG's there. And yeah, imagine you having like 10 bands and Tetris related channels already. Imagine, that is what we call in the industry a bra moment. All right, so 6-4 will be back in just a second. Oh, there he is. All right, he's ready to go. And we have a ready from Milo as well. He has been ready while I was memeing. So yeah, let's go ahead. Let's count him down. For game number 2, here it comes. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. All right, so 6-4 with a 1-0 lead. So Milo looks to have a more efficient 18 there and, you know, avoid some misdrops on 19, keep the board lower for the 19 plus. At 6-4, just did exactly what he needed to do. You know, he had that nice little sloping stack, and when the long bar didn't show up, just was like, you know what, I'm gonna take the triple, get into a good position, and that is, you know, that's what allowed him to win that game number 1. And of course, since we're kind of talking about the upstarts division here, again, a couple guys looking to make their way in to that discussion for the top 10. Let's take a look at, well, not take a look, but rather take a listen as to who is in there right now. Of course, we got people like Morlando and Louis Skewy fighting for that chance to take on Ian Keith. We got 20 Dan 03 alongside Penguin Panic and Grand Designs up there in the talks. And of course, we have former champ Remy in there at number 5 alongside El Palta, Maestro, and Martz. And to round out, of course, to get in the top 10, they'll have to get ahead of people like Sydney Surfs, Roman, and Yeehaw McKickass. So I think both players definitely have the potential to do it. And they're going to look to prove that here in this one. Definitely going to look to come and play more often. Try and, get more opportunities to make their way there. But right now, it's pretty neck and neck. You got 153, Milo 145 for the 6'4". As he adds a Tetris, goes to 168. So it's pretty neck and neck here. But yeah, I think genuinely, I think both of these players could contend with all 10, you know, at least keep up with all 10 of those players in the, you know, in that division. Some I think would give them more problems than others, but I think, you know, I think both could definitely compete. So as Milo now has surpassed the 200,000 marker here through 52 lines, 221 at a Tetris, go to 245. And again, these guys are just playing nice and clean. I mean, this is, you know, I think the race, honestly, I think as far as friendlies is concerned, I think the Upstarts division is probably the most intriguing of all of them, because there's a lot, you know, it's not what it used to be. You know, friendlies, Upstarts division used to be a lot more like, you know, kind of people, you know, mostly like, you know, it's like, okay, people that aren't really that close to maxing out yet, you know, like maybe 700K, right? Like whatever players, you know, but nowadays, I mean, our current champ is Ian Keith, who, you know, has got a 1.1, you know, has certainly got lots of people knocking on his door like, yo, I want your belt. Let's fight, you know. And title match has not happened yet. That'll probably be happening pretty soon here before we get into Reckoning and all that coming up this April. But I think it's honestly like the most intriguing. It's the most like heavily contested division that we have around here. So I'm excited to see how it shapes out. I'm also excited to see how this game shapes out, as Milo still just pouring on the points here. 363 through 82 lines. As 6'4", not doing too bad himself. 287 through 82 lines. And add a Tetris, go to 311. So we got a pretty good game here. Well, Milo needing to take a few burns. Right side gonna be resolved there with an L. Almost said a J. Well, yeah, man, you're a champ. Of course people want to play you. You're a champ. And also, cool dude. Like, why wouldn't people want to play you? My goodness. So Tetris for 6'4", we're approaching that 100 line mark here. About 30 lines to go until we change over to 19. 399 Milo, 358 for 6'4", who has closed the gap a little bit here. Add a Tetris to bring it right back to within 1. And with that Tetris, we'll take a slight lead at 404. All right, another long bar for the score for Milo to take it back. So if he wants to maintain a lead, he's definitely going to want to up the pace here. But of course, got to be careful with the transition coming up on both sides here. 6'4", not with the cleanest of boards here. Although, oh, look at this. He's set up for a dirty, though. Just waiting on that long bar. Nice burn with the T. And there's the long bar. Nice dirty Tetris. Row 2, column 2. Get your bingo cards out. That is another column to mark off there. All right, about 10 lines to go for both here. It's about a 1 Tetris lead in favor of Milo here. All right, 6'4", though, getting high up. It's 8 lines to go. Needs to get this down. All right, that T gonna help. Oh, but that square, ill-timed. Meanwhile, Milo's transitioned about 500,000, but 6'4". Ooh, barely gonna get the line over, but I don't know if there's much more he can do here on 19. 46 is his score, but oh, but look at this. Actually, I stand corrected. Look at this. He's bringing this down. He's doing his best here, but oh, these pieces are not conducive to him digging, and he is finished at 491. Almost made it out of there, but game said, no way. I ain't letting you. 522 for Milo. That'll be enough. Leans back, kind of breathing a sigh of relief, because he's good for game number 2. We'll tie it up. You know, Penguin, I'm going to stop you right there. Oh my god. All right, we got readies in the chat. Let's count it down. Game number 3 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. The game wouldn't let me top out. That sounds like a game that Valor had like right before he decided he was done. Like it was actually, it was his CTWC qual. He was like, I remember he was trying to prove a point about how he was getting really lucky with all these games. And he was like, see, I shouldn't be able to do this, right? And the game, he's like, see, like this is a bad move and you're about to see why. And then the game just was like, nah, you're gonna get bailed. So that does happen sometimes. And you know, we take those. Well, unless you're Valor, of course, and then, you know, then you get upset because you were trying to prove a point, but... Oh, my goodness. All right, both players kind of high up here. Not super high, but kind of high up. But 6-4 going to break it down. A couple touches here. Milo still looking for his first. These pieces not really cooperating. Isn't really getting lines either. Is in the midst of a drought from the looks of it. Finally shows up, but it might not matter. He is in some serious trouble here. Yeah, that J, gotta say, no way. He's finished at just 19,000 and at 99,000. 6-4, yeah, you're already good, man. Got the 2-1 lead. GG's. Yeah, a little drought followed by a fatal misdrop. All right, we got readies all around. Game number 4. Here it comes. Let's count him down. In 3, 2, 1. Tetris. That's right. Penguin says, be more menacey. Oh my goodness. Some menace to all of classic Tetris. But I was trying to think of a good segue to the queue, but I can't. No, there was not a good segue there. All right. Up next, it's going to be Louis, Skewy, and Morlando. Of course, those two gentlemen know the drill. Now would be a good time to go live, get the warm-ups in, blah, 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 blah. You already know, because we've done this before, so. Although 6-4 might be buying you some warm-up time, and he will, because he's finished with the gift exchange. No Club Zero, but no Tetris. So Milo, you are good, because game 4 is no more. Doesn't even bother topping that out. My goodness. What a Chad. All right, game 5. We have another decider on our hands. In 3, 2, 1. Tetris. No internet delay from Milo's end either. Just had to give his computer a little love tap, and yeah, it's up and running. And apparently pretty well at that, so. Although, we'll say, that is a pretty oversimplification of what probably happened, so. Either way, we got 2 touches on the board for Milo and for 6-4. 6-4 only having 8 lines cleared, so 100% rate so far. Again, that's about the only time I will ever call a Tetris rate here on these restreams, because, yeah, we don't have access to that information. We only know for sure if it's 100%, so. James Chen would be very upset. I mean, he's about to be even more upset when he realizes it don't matter anymore. Now that we got rolling, Tetris rate matters less and less. So here we go. Tetris Milo 102 to 100,000. We are neck and neck for the first 25. And look at this, a 22-point difference. At least until Milo took that burn, that was a 22-point difference. Oh my god. So yeah, this should be good. So if these two can keep it up in this decider. And you can see Milo maybe thought he was Tetris ready for a split moment there, and then brought that long bar back over to the left towards the middle, put it in a better spot, but now gets a Tetris go to 130. And T-Storm likes to rattle off Tetris rates. Like he's a friggin' mathematician. Yeah. Yeah, like I thought I was the wizard here, but no. I am not the wizard in this community. Apparently, as far as Team Same Voice is concerned, mathematically speaking, I am no wizard. Yeah. All right, 180 to 176, and a Tetris go to 199 for 6464. The mediocrity wizard. No, you're the champion wizard. Remember? Come on, you're a champ. Right? Like, listen. You've got a belt. You've got that bronze belt, man. Like, you want to know who doesn't have one of those? T-Storm. Want to know who else doesn't have one of those? Me. So, yeah, 226 to 252. For both these two guys that are looking to potentially take that belt someday. 6-4 with about a 2 Tetris lead. Oh, 6-4 though. Having some problems with that right side of his board. It's got a line dependency down the middle. But yeah, it's just not getting the best pieces to bring it down. And nice log bar flat, Kingsman special. Gonna help him resolve this. Needs an L, but guess what? It ain't coming. Has to plug it up with an S instead. We got Billy Mack in the chat. Welcome in, my friend. Yeah. Too late for the queue, as you probably expected, but glad to have you here anyway. Hope you'll stick around. We got some good matches coming up. And of course, up next, it'll be Louis and Morlando. So they look to duke it out for a top spot to take on Ian Keith. Perhaps ahead of Tetris Friendly's Reckoning. But right now, 6-4 in some serious trouble here up on the top. And oh, cannot get that T left. Looked like he lost Das there. Oh my goodness. But that J gonna get there. And that, he needed that. He needed that real bad. And he's gonna look to just start skimming this away. That S gonna get all the way left. There we go. That is, can imagine big size of relief going on over there right now. He's continuing to just try and dig this back down to safety. Needs an L piece. And guess what? Didn't show up. So now has to find an alternate solution, but ends up plugging a line dependency with the L when it decided to show up. All right, now waiting on a long bar for a nice dirty Tetris. Go to 340. And again, he needed that. He really needed all of that to happen for this to work out. And in spite of that, he actually just took the lead with that Tetris there. 364 to 355. Looks like Milo has been digging away too. But both players are clean now. Just the nick of time, too. We got transition in 10 lines. Milo taking a nice safe burn there. There's a lumber. There's a Tetris. He is amped up about that one. But 6-4. Oh, 6-4 with a couple of hangs. And he's finished at 365. And at 407, Milo the Menace will survive at 409 for game number 5. He'll take the game, he'll take the match. GG's, all amped up about that, too. Charlie, where you at? All right, so GG's to both. Thank you both for coming on, and congratulations to the Milwaukee Menace, the Milwaukee Marauder, whatever you want to call him. Milo has got the job done at 3 games to 2. So there you go. Yeah, and of course, like I said, happy to do this every week, so yeah. Wow, great game 5 there. So up next, I've said it a bunch of times already, but I'll say it again anyway because it's popping up in the queue. There you go. Louis Scully and Morlando next. We'll be right back. right, everybody. It's time now for our third matchup, and this one is a big battle here in the world of the Upstarts division. As both these two gentlemen I'm about to introduce to you all are looking for their chance to take a shot at the Upstarts title against Ian Keith. Introductions, please, on the red side, by request, because he's got that red hoodie on. He is the guy who we all know and love as the one and only, apparently only, Yukon Husky here in the world of classic Tetris. And he is going to look to represent them well as always tonight. He is Morlando. And his opponent tonight, a longtime member of the classic Tetris community, going at it since 2012, of course. He's just proclaimed in the chat, next time he faces the Upstarts champ, he will win the Canadian Destroyer, Louis Skelly. OK.jpg. Y'all see that hot JPEG action there? Like... the UTD comments, sure. All right, so gentlemen, we're ready. Of course, Louis got the hover 3, so Morlando, when you are ready to go, let me know. I'm assuming this will be 18 all the way, unless I'm told otherwise, of course, but... Okay, my assumption is correct. We got a couple hover 3s, so let's do it. Game number 1. Let's get on the run here. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Not even the respect of a GIF. You know, now that I say that out loud, I wonder if that was a that was a test to see how I pronounce, you know, GIF. You know, the correct way to pronounce that, right? Oh, Morlando, though, already building way up on that left side, but gets the lumber for a Tetris. Works out nicely. There we go, another one as well. Couldn't care less. Well, listen, that's, you know, okay, so that was all my own idea then. Okay, well, in that case, I feel better saying that, yeah. If you pronounce it GIF, you're wrong, okay? And probably like peanut butter entirely too much, because that is GIF. Right? Like, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, J, you know, GIF, right? J, and you figure, right? You figure that. And then, yeah, anyway, I'm gonna have this debate with people for days, man. Right? Like, listen, if you pronounce GIF, GIF, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. Like, I'm not gonna disrespect you for that opinion, but it is wrong, just so you know. Anyway, what's not so wrong here is Morlando's playing pretty good here. 144 to 98,000 here for Louis with a clean board as well. Add a Tetris, go to 123. So actually, both players off to a nice start, I would say. Morlando having to take a few burns. Nice little adjustment with the J for, well, the J that came after that. So here we go, approaching the 50 line mark here, and we'll get Morlando with about a 2 Tetris lead, 193 to 148. And actually, Morlando, on account of some of that burning, is ahead in lines as he now has surpassed the 200,000 marker here. He is 7 lines ahead at the moment. So lead not necessarily. Game is closer in pace than it would appear. And yeah, that's right. See, you may be a menace, but you at least understand. At Christmas, you give gifts, right? With the hard G, not gifts. Like, unless it is a gift of peanut butter, right? That is, right? That's just, I'm just saying. Unless it is a peanut butter gift, it is not a gift. So... Either way, both players now surpassing 200,000 points here. Louis having to take some triples because that board was getting high up, but still nice and clean, handling it well. So 228 to 307. Morlando still with the lead, about 4 lines ahead. And both players playing nice and clean here. Orlando misses the J-spin, though, so that will require a couple burns at least. Get this reopened. Yeah, okay, Colin. Ooh, Louis, a little bit rough on that left side here. Could really use a J piece. And okay, he's gonna just start skimming this away here. Could potentially maybe set up a dirty left. Oh, he is! He is! All right, he's got the setup here on the left side, but Lombard not gonna come just yet. Comes a few pieces too late. Still reopened here though. And even with those doubles, is well now only triple ready. And he says, yeah, screw it. I'm gonna bring this down. In what was probably a wise decision. As Orlando gets another Tetris up by about 80,000 points here. 410 to 334 as we are now approaching that 100 line mark here. And again, these two guys both looking for their shot to take on the upstarts champion Keith in a title match. I think it's between the two of them. I know King had some crazy booking figured out for all this. Between these two and then 20 Dan 03, I think we'll see some sort of triple threat match, if memory serves. But either way, both these two looking to be involved in that, and the winner will certainly have a good chance of that, if nothing else. Again, I forget the specific details, so everything I'm saying could be all completely wrong. But what else would be new, right? Either way, 510 from Orlando. Starting to run away with this here. Add a Tetris, go to 534. 349 for Louis, who is about 10 lines back. Made sure Louis got to wait a little longer. Oh my goodness. All right, so Louis nice and clean. Orlando nice and clean. Another Tetris for Louis, and look at this. Is almost 200,000 points back here on the real-time score. But again, 10 lines behind, so not quite that large of a lead from Orlando as far as pace is concerned. But Orlando most certainly with a true lead as he has transitioned at 568 is his current score. And there we go. Transition from Louis, 403. Off we run on the 19 plus. Louis in desperate need of something for that left side. That L and the J combo going to be perfect there. And yeah, you can see he's trying to up the aggression, but unfortunately, game does not reward him for it. And he's finished at just 409. Orlando at 589. He'll be good, and he'll take game number 1. And there you go. There's Louis in the chat. Can I have a long bar, please? Yeah, man. I mean, seriously, you had to play aggressive there. I mean, you did not have a choice. You played that fine. Like, this game is too hard. Quite abusive. At $20. Yeah, that'll be $20. All right, we got a hover 3 from Louis and a hover 3 from Orlando. So let's count it down. Game number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right. Did you mean jibbing? God, I feel like I mean, seriously, I feel like I just created GIFs, like, branding for this holiday season, and it's only February. Like, listen, like, GIF should, like, pay me for that. Genuinely. Like, oh, we got monthly Tetris in the chat, Van Dweller, or whomever, probably Van Dweller. How you doing? What's up? Oh, but Louis with a nice dirty Tetris, though. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, probably Van Dweller. Nice. So either way, we got Orlando with the lead here as we begin this one. Of course. Yeah, Van Dweller getting here just in time. Yeah. Jiff and Jift. Right? Like, seriously, I feel like they just... Right, like, I feel like I just accidentally came up with a friggin' ad for Jiff. And also, nice Vits from Orlando. Add a Tetris for him now. He'll go to 120. Don't worry. I saw that. I know you were... I saw you set that up. And right, yeah, why no partner icon? My goodness. Of course. Because Vandy and company finally got the partner application through for monthly Tetris. They are verified. Right? I say that like it's not a big deal, but it kind of is. It kind of is a big deal. So, no, like seriously, congrats. It's awesome. Like, moving up and onward. And is this game 3? No, this is game 2 help of Morlando and Louis Skewy. And Morlando enjoying a nice lead right now, about 1 Tetris, 175, 156. His partner status. Yeah, that is kind of sus. Not gonna lie. Oh my goodness. Not gonna lie, thought for a second I thought the comment meant something else, and you know, I think it's pretty obvious. That is mostly gonna not say that to avoid a clippable statement there. So 193 to 209. Louis with the lead now as we are at 60 lines. Add a touch from Orlando, he'll take it back, and another one. Of course, we're all see. By being involved with this game, we're all in a shitty relationship, right? And a toxic one with the game of classic Tetris. It's, you know, it's brutal. We just can't seem to quit it. So, right? We all have, you know, we all have problems because we played this game. It's great. And yet we all love it. Yet it keeps abusing us, like we saw in Louis at the end of the last game, right? No long bar in sight. He was doing everything he could to catch up. The game was like, no, I'm gonna be brutal. I'm gonna be mean. But either way, both are at 290. Nice Samuel from Orlando. My goodness, get the bingo cards out. He is already getting started with it. It's only game 2. We've already got some Tetris bingo going on. Yep, he's gonna continue to set this up. And there we go. Another column 4 there from Orlando. Goes to 336. So yeah, we're approaching 100 lines here. So again, Orlando with about a 2 Tetris lead and probably some change, if my math is correct on that. That's right. Don't have issues, just the whole subscription. Hey now. That is, like, listen, Ian. There are many, many children in this chat. More than likely. All right, 333 to 409. Orlando with the lead. You have no clue what I'm talking about. Like, no cap, just confusion. That's probably for the best. That's probably for the best. I'm just gonna leave it at that. All right, no, I'm another Tetris. Orlando drawing that long bar back into column 2, and he is kind of high up, partially because of that, but I didn't really see what happened before that. So I was watching Louis, who is about to transition here at 391. All right, nice burns here from Orlando. He's Tetris ready as he transitions. 471. Another long bar. There we go. And 415 is the score for Louis, who has the better board right now, too. So we'll see if Orlando can dig out of this. So we are rocking on those 19 speeds. We're not rolling, but we're rocking for sure. So Orlando bringing this back down to safety. She needs a few more burns to get back on row 1. Or we could opt to build on row 2, but nope, it's not going to do that. All right, 5-12 to 429. Louis again playing from behind, but this time around, not going to die immediately on the 19. But again, though, is not getting the most favorable of pieces. Oh, man, just finding some good birds. There we go. That L gonna help. And another L to help. Just needing a couple more good pieces here, but unfortunately has to keep putting weight on that hole. And there we go. Finally, Louis is clean. But meanwhile, Orlando has over 100,000 point lead, almost 150,000 points here. As Louis is just trying to get Tetris ready, but these long bars keep coming when his well is covered, or he's not overall just not Tetris ready, but finally gets 146 into 23, 630 for Orlando at a Tetris, go to 660. So has a commanding lead now, almost 200,000 points. But what on earth, this Z-burst from Louis. But it's gonna work his way around it. My goodness, as Orlando tops out at 660. So huge lead, but that is all he's going to get. So there's your target, Louis. 661 is what is required. 661. He's got a nice clean board. Going to take the double and the Tetris. So 100,000 points to go. This is not necessarily an easy chase down, but is most certainly doable. He's got just a couple levels remaining here. He's Tetris ready. Another Tetris. There we go. 596 into 26. Needs a couple burns here. And again, is likely, well, yeah, certainly going to want to get like one more Tetris at least. But is going to need to get clean to make that happen. And these pieces not cooperating right now. Needs about 50,000 more points. And has a line dependency down the left in column 2. Oh, he's Tetris ready. Give him the line game. Where is it? Still not coming. And it's not going to show up in time. He's finished at 614. And 696969 would have done it, but he didn't get it. And just like that, Orlando will take the 2-0 lead. As Louis just completely has reset the game. Like, F this RNG, I'm resetting this. I don't want nothing to do with that anymore. Oh my goodness. Of course, we got March cheering him on in the chat. So once we got ready from Orlando, we will go ahead and we'll continue. So we got that hover 3 action from Louis. That's right. Reset the game, kid. But we're going to start this game, kid, in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. TM. That is a trademark. Don't disrespect it. Oh, we got Orlando with the Vits. And he's gonna get it. My God. I'm almost annoyed that that actually worked. Like, that was such an unnecessary setup, in my opinion. But satisfying, but like, that should not have worked. Like, low-key. Oh my goodness. But meantime, Louis in some trouble already. And right, yeah, where's the beautiful Twitch check mark, right? That's what we said. Like, I know, Twitch holding out on him, man. Speaking of holdouts, game kind of holding out on Louis for the good pieces at the moment. But finally, there's a lumber. There's a Tetris bringing this board back down. So he's at 44,095 for Orlando. And of course, coming up next, it's going to be Roman taking on Elp. Of course, Roman coming in fresh off a pretty good run at the Waco qualifier. And he'll be looking to take down Elp next. We got Chiz105. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Orlando gets another touch. This goes to 163. So now has over 100,000 point lead. And he's, again, keep those bingo cards out, folks, because he is working with a left well, column one, whatever nonsense you want to call it. That is a left well, Anna well, or David Volich well. But right now, had a misdrop on that right side. So now, ooh, he's going to throw the long bar right. But now he's going to go ahead and burn away. But again, still it's a commanding lead because Louis is just having an absolute suffer here in game 3. Gets the touch, still goes to 83,000, but Orlando in some trouble. So this is Louis' chance to really start closing this gap. So Orlando is digging up high, but oh, he's going to get bailed dirty, Tetris. Look at that. Still has some work to do to bring this back down to earth, but so again, Louis could close this gap a bit, but I mean, he is struggling too, man, just getting hole after hole, and he has to find a way around. And yeah, that's right. Heps is goated, man. The Stacker Man, as we call him. He is very much goated. All right, so 272, Orlando, 123, Louis. Louis, again, just continuing to suffer here. Hasn't gotten too high up on the board, though, and sometimes that's about all you can ask. You can just stay alive. And yes, there you go. Yes, Savak Lap, or whatever you want to call that nonsense. Yes, to transition every 10 lines. Oh, but Orlando not looking to transition here because he is in some trouble. Yep, that lumber going to hang. He's done at 305. So there's your target, 306. So Louis has a chance here, and a pretty good one at that. If he can just get out of this dig, nice double. He just needs 306. He's at 158, so still about 150,000 to chase, but I'm going to just take the safety triple because he knows this is a chase down situation, has all the time in the world. Look at that, another safety triple. So he's at 168, requires 306. So again, it's a fairly large margin, but at the same time, he's got from now until the kill screen. So it could even cut a good portion of that. If he can be really efficient here, could really cut a good portion of that lead before transition. And there's a Tetris, go to 192. Has to take the burn with the S. There's the Z to reopen the right side. So again, he's 306. Yeah, you can see he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Getting the Tetrises that he can. And it's just taking burns early and often. Well, that was a slightly aggressive move, but honestly, not that bad. It's 18. There's another Tetris. Goes to 241. So it's maybe doable before transition here, because he goes to 264, and maybe not now, as he's going to have to take some burns. So 267 here. He needs 306. Louis getting all set up here. There's a lumbar. There's a Tetris. So 289. So yeah, one more will do it. So if he can get this long bar here. There it is. Bang, Tetris. And Louis Skilly, after a suffer game, is still in this. And we're going to game 4. All right, we got over 3s all around. Let's not delay here. Game number 4. Here it comes in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And of course, Louis' winning streak on the Monday Night Show still on the line here. He's got to win 2 in a row. Or rather, 2 more in a row. He wants to keep this up. Orlando still on game point. Of course, coming up next, because I have already forgotten who's up next. Ah, yes. So, of course, Roman and Elp will be after the conclusion of this match, whether that is after this game or after the next game, depending on who wins this one. Of course, they know what to do to get ready and all that. And actually, got Grand Designs in the chat asking if his match can go up next. Well, I mean, I'm okay with that. You're gonna want to check with Elp and Roman. Not sure if that'll work out okay with time zones and such for Elp, but yeah, if they're cool with it, I'm good with that. Because I for one don't really care, but like I said, I'm not the one playing, so because I'm gonna keep going for a bit regardless. So. And, oh, what a dirty Tetris from Louis. Oh my goodness, the setup. I didn't say anything. I was just so mesmerized by the setup there. My God. But he got it. 102 to 103. Add a Tetris for Louis, get a 125. Okay, so Elp says it's cool. Okay, and Roman says that is fine. Okay, we'll go ahead. We'll move. What numbers are in the queue? 2, 3. Got it. Move match 3. Okay, here we go. So okay, so let's fix that statement. Up next, it'll be Grand Designs and Penguin Panic. Grand Designs is unavailable after this next match, so we got BTS 1911 with the follow. Thank you very much. All right, so 119 Orlando. He is in Dig City right now. 177 for Louis, who is about to get out of a dig. There we go. He's free. And just needs to get Tetris ready here. That long bar will get him there. There we go. There's a long bar for the score. We'll go to 205, and he's got the lead by about 80,000 points here. Oh, what a dirty Tetris from Orlando to stay in this. Again, bingo cards, everybody. Get the bingo cards out, because he is just picking whatever well he wants. Look at this. He is still setting this up, playing so aggressive right now. So unbelievably aggressive. And he gets it again. Wow, and look at that. He's going to bring this right back down to safety now. So we are almost 80 lines through on his side. He's at 182, having a suffer game himself. Meanwhile, Louis starting to get kind of high up at 253 through 72 lines. So he's behind actually about 10 lines now. But now Louis in a dig situation of his own. Not as crazy as Orlando's was with tons of alternating holes, but definitely not a position you want to be in, as he just barely gets that J piece over there. Take some good burns though. And there's a dirty Tetris for Louis. They're just trading dirty ones back and forth. Oh my God. And there we go. Both players are clean now. 308 to 259. Louis with the lead. My God. That's just pulling all the stops here for this. Yeah, they want to fight Ian Keith. They want that chance to take him on for the title. That's what they want. All right, they're saying, bring me Ian. And both of them, seriously, both these guys absolutely bringing it here. And yeah, even Aki says, that was our coach, says that was a beautiful dirty. So there you go. And Aki's nod of approval as well. All right, so 383, 353. Morlando back by about a touch and a half as he looks to start catching up here on the 19 plus. We are starting to get there here. We got about 10, 15 lines to go, depending on whose board you're looking at. So touch from Orlando. Ooh, he's closed the gap here, 400 to 409. But again, Louis behind in lines. So larger lead than it might appear. All right, Morlando transitions, 424, 455 for Louis Scuey with 2 lines to go. And you can see he's trying to find a way to just take a single, but he says, screw it, I'm taking the split double. 458, off we run. And game point here for Orlando. He wants to finish him off. Louis wants a win. Try and keep his Monday night win streak alive. All right, he's going to take a safety triple here. Morlando, meanwhile, getting kind of high up. But he gets the lumber, gets the Tetris. And it is neck and neck. So 497 Louis, 466 for Morlando as he goes into 21. Louis still with 4 lines to go on level 20. And there we go. We'll get another Tetris. Go to 524. Oh, meanwhile, Morlando in some trouble here. Morlando in trouble here. Misdrops an S. And he's finished. Ay, caramba. He is finished at 468. And Louis Scuey gets to say game 4 is no more. And look at that. Another decider. Wow. That's right. All deciders tonight. And we're somehow still right on schedule pretty much, so. So there you go. Louis right back into it here. Threatening a reverse sweep here. Saint couldn't do it earlier. Let's see if Louis can. And they're both ready. So let's count it down. Game number 5. Here it comes in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right, and again, coming up next, got a quick schedule change there. We've got Grand Designs and Penguin Panic up next. So if you're not already, and 2 matches have happened in nearly 2 hours, bruh. Had all deciders, man. Sometimes matches take time. Come on, man. You know how this works. Come on. I mean, come on. We all know each of them take about a half hour. I mean, all right, we started this one about a half hour ago, and it's about done. So, you know, it's the last game. Guess I'm watching these then. You weren't already? My goodness, how dare you? How dare you? All right, so quick score check here. 116 without touches from Morlando. 57 for Louis, who's a few lines back. Having a bit of a slow start, but nothing too crazy. Not really anything out of hand. Although these pieces not all that great. Oh, but Morlando in some trouble. Oh, I don't know if there's any way to get out of this. And he's going to be finished at 117. So Louis, you have a small chase down here. To take the set, you need 118. There's the Tetris. All right, just 5,000 more. And he is in such a safe spot here. I think barring a catastrophe here. And he's going to try and do it in style. There we go. Bangarang, as the king would say. He's got it. At 136, he'll survive game number 5 and take the reverse sweep. Continuing his undefeated record on Monday Night Mayhem. My God. Wow. Louis Skilly, no joke, man. I think that's like 7 in a row now. 7, 8 in a row, something like that. So there you go. We're not going to watch the rest of that game because it's only at level 18. Louis Skilly, your winner. And there you go. He's confirmed 7-0. 7-0 on Monday Night Mayhem. And yes, that is actually what it's called now. He's unstoppable. Monday. He doesn't get. When we say case of the Mondays for Louis, we don't mean bad things. So with that, coming up next, I've already said it, but I'm going to say it again anyway. Grand Designs versus Penguin Panic. There we go. Got that coming up next. I'm going to go get that set up, and we'll be right back. Everybody, wow, what a match. A reverse sweep allowing Louis to keep his record going. My God. Seriously, I think he's got a target on his back now. I think that's pretty safe to say. But what else is safe to say is that we're ready to get introductions going for this next match. On the red side, he is, of course, a fellow re-screamer here in the world of Classic Tetris, hosting his Classic Tetris Wars events that you see hanging around in my ads. And, of course, he's looking to take a big win with a hell yeah for the one, the only Grand Designs. And his opponent tonight, another guy, along with Grand Designs, looking to make his way up the ranks of the Upstarts division. A former community tournament champion over in Classic Tetris Monthly. And he is another guy who is well on his way to Max Out City. He is Penguin Panic, featuring his online timer. Time and date. I don't know. That's just what it says. Every Monday gives you more nervous energy. Man, seriously, I think you and Ian Keith both have some pretty big targets on your back right now, man. It's nuts. Got the transition to scene. All right, we got it ready from Grand Designs. Once we got it ready from Penguin, we'll go ahead and get this underway. You lost Friday to get the triple threat. Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember how that all worked out. I remember King had some elaborate plan that I remember thinking like, huh, that's kind of genius, actually. But I don't remember what it was, so. All right. So again, when Penguin Panic is ready to go, we'll get this underway. And okay, he's wrapping up the warm-up there, and there we go. All right, he's ready. GLA jumps all around on both sides. Let's count it down for game number 1. As our guy on the left would say, it's on the run in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We got a hell yeah in chat from Louis Scooey himself. So there you go. That's a top tier endorsement right there, I would say. And I don't say that sarcastically, like genuinely. That's a pretty good endorsement. All right, there you go. Just had to fix a little stencil there on my end. But we're underway. Game number 1, of course. A little backstory as these guys are getting underway. I mean, again, I kind of alluded to it. Kind of alluded to it earlier on in the introductions and all that nonsense. Oh, hang on. A little burning here from Penguin. Okay, he's fine. Cool. Yeah, I kind of alluded to it early on, but both of these two are in our top 3 contenders here for the Upstarts Championship. That's right. At least as of what date was this updated? 2-3. So February 3rd. For those who are not in the States and don't understand that we do our month first and then the day, which I understand does not make sense to you guys, but that is how we do it here. So that means as of February 3rd, we have Penguin Panic and Grand Designs in 2nd and 3rd place on the leaderboard, respectively, right behind none other than 20 Nano 3. So both of these two gentlemen are going to be looking to work their way up, maybe overtake 20 Nano 3 in the race to take on Ian Keith. I mean, seriously, it is a big race to make that happen right now. And these guys are, without question, in it. In that big discussion. So, of who could potentially be the next Upstarts champion. Or if Ian Keith will maintain and hold on to it. So, only time will tell. Again, just a couple months away from Tetris Friendly's Reckoning. Well, that will likely be decided. So still lots of time left for all the storylines to develop. Nice long bar flat from Grand Designs, the Kingsman special. So, yeah, like I said, I think both these guys have a case to potentially play in that Upstarts Championship match whenever that happens. And I think both would put on a very good show. Oh, but Grand Designs. Oh, as soon as I say that, a rough square misdrop on that left side. That was a good long bar flat there, but not going to be enough. He's finished 124. And Penguin Panic on fire right now, both him and his board. He goes to 182 and takes game number 1. There you go. All right, we got a hover 3 and a ready from both of our players. So let's go ahead. Let's count them down for game number 2. Shaking it off real quick here in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And of course, those who live under a rock, or I mean, for those who don't know, of course, GD, I mentioned, fellow re-streamer, but of course, a fellow commentator in the world, a super streamer, whatever you want to call it, in the world of Tetris Gauntlet, and I had the opportunity to work with him over the weekend, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed working with him. I think, if you don't want to watch Tetris Gauntlet for Sharky, and all the players, maybe come watch on some Friday night when it's me and GD doing it. We have a lot of fun. We enjoy it. So I would call it, and maybe I'm a little partial, but I'd call it a pretty goated lineup there, to be honest. So. But anyway, we're neck and neck in this matchup right now. 95,000 for GD at a Tetris go to 118. 93,000 for the Penguin Panic at a Tetris go to 116. So they're staying neck and neck here for the first 25-ish lines. It was a legit commentary. Well, yes, it was a legit commentary because, yeah, we commentated over stuff. I mean, there was nothing illegitimate about it by any means. Yeah, 127 to 143. Again, Penguin now looking to start to pull away here, but look at this. Get your bingo cards out. Column 7, or 8, excuse me, from Grand Designs. He knocks that down, no problem at all, and he's still set up. It's just waiting on that line, but it ain't coming. And unfortunately has to put more weight on the well there. And some more weight on the well because of these S pieces that keep showing up. Those pesky S pieces. All right, but there we go. GD, another column 8 Tetris. And we'll see where he's kind of a spot where he can go either way as far as continuing to go for it. But that square basically going to make that decision for him. Yeah, dude, you're going for it. There we go. Another Tetris column 8. As he now has another line dependency he's got to contend with here, but he's not that far behind. 206 to 241, so he's still very much in this game. Just needs to take a few burns, bring this board back down to safety. All right, so here we go. Granted, look at this. He's continuing to work at that column 8. Again, filling in the bingo cards. There we go. Another Tetris goes to 239. 287 for the Penguin Panics. We're halfway through this 18 portion of the game. Of course, GD just needing a few more burns. Penguin Panic's been playing very clean pretty much this whole game. And again, it's, you know, he's showing that he's got the, you know, he heard me talking like, oh shit, if he say that I might have a chance to be in the Upstarts Championship, hold on, let me prove that. Let me prove you right. Almost like he heard me and now he's like playing super well, you know. No, I'm kidding. Not that he normally plays bad. But no, all jokes aside, he's showing here that he's got a good chance to do well in the race for the Upstarts Championship here. Well, I guess maybe a race isn't the right word for it, but you get the point. He's at 384, almost 100,000 point lead as GD gets a Tetris though to close that gap. 317 to 384. Penguin Panic with the lead as we are at the 90 line mark for both. All right, another Tetris for GD. So again, we're at the 100 line mark now, about 30 lines to go. Again, these guys are just kind of chugging along here, just playing some good Tetris. Grand Designs with some digging, but again, it's nothing unmanageable by any means. Look at that, a lumbar all the way left. Almost looked like a roller move there. I mean, that was pretty high on the left side there, but it's like a Richie-esque move. Except Richie would do that. If there were 4 spots available on the left, Richie would just throw it all the way left. But so either way, transition coming up. About 15 lines to go. Penguin Panic. Ooh, untimely square. Yeah, and you can see he's just going to have to try and bring this back down. That J perfectly timed. And there's a lumber. There's a Tetris. Goes to 470. So still enjoying a nice lead here over GD. All right, another Tetris for GD, though. He's hanging in there. As he gets another Tetris, has one more available, one more line before we change over for GD. And he'll just take the triple at 440. All right, another one for Penguin. Has 2 lines to go. Now has one line to go, so we're looking at potentially 500K if he can. Oh, well, if he can stay alive, first of all. Okay, he will. There's the Tetris, but now has some holes to contend with. So Penguin Panic's trying to bring this back down here. Needs some good pieces. Ooh, that J might have been good to reopen, but not that you can tell because of the flames in the background, but looks like he's going to be just fine. Ooh, as soon as I say that, though, both players are in some serious trouble. And GD's going to top out. Grand Designs is done at 455. And at 538, Penguin Panic gets a little lucky there because he also was on his way to top out City. But it doesn't matter. He's got the 2-0 lead. Why is Grand Designs abbreviated GD and Penguin Panic, but not Penguin Panic as PP? Oh, hey, I got him to say it. I got him to say PP. You see that, guys? Clip it. I got him to say it. All right, we got it ready. Got it ready in the chat from GD. Number 3 from Penguin Panic. Let's count him down. Game number 3. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And there you go. He says, Billy does call me that. So there you go. That's your online fact of the evening for you. And Billy Mack does use that abbreviation. So there you go. So that fact, you know, that you claim that nobody refers to him as that, as PP, is just incorrect. It's an alternative fact. All right? It's fake news. By the way, off we run here. Game number 3. Grand Designs on the ropes here. Needs his win to stay alive. And, you know, of course, first sweeps are possible. We did see one just moments ago by Louis Skewy. And, again, what turned out to be a totally crazy set. He just suffered those first 2 games and then just went off the next 3. You know, he reset his console, got the, he saw the power pack screen, and that was, yeah, apparently that helped. Or so we'd like to think. But no reset from GD. He's just cruising along here. He's got the lead, 125 to 118 through the first 30 lines. As Penguin Panic, or PP as some like to call him, he's just take a few burns, does so. And another Lombard, another Tetris. And he is back by just about a Tetris and a half, or something like that. Okay, another Tetris for Penguin Panic. Goes to 191. Grand Designs only about 6,000 points ahead. 3 lines ahead as well. So I'd imagine that's where the score discrepancy comes into play. The line differential. But both players just burning away like crazy right now. Grand Designs unfortunately just having to put more weight on that right side. And that square very ill-timed. Okay, and maybe would have put that L on the left side. Was that 1, 2, 3 was kind of begging for it. But in the meantime, Penguin Panic not in good shape here. Neither is Grand Designs. And look at this, a Cypher top out with 5,000 points separating them. And Grand Designs is gonna take it. Oh my God. This is our top 3 Upstarts contenders, ladies and gentlemen. This is oh my God. All right, we got it ready from Grand Designs. You try. Oh my god. I just saw them both get in trouble, and I knew, like, this is about to be a simul top out. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Oh my god. Alright, so game point still for Penguin Panic. Of course, Grand Design's buying our friends Roman and Elp some time to warm up. Not that they really needed it, but they got it anyway, so should be more grateful. Right? It's like it's like random family members you haven't seen in years. It's like, I didn't ask for your help. It's like, you should be more grateful, right? I don't know. Anyway, 30,000 both. We are neck and neck. More grateful, more like less grateful. Yeah. Nah, I will sleep until 2 p.m. anyways. I mean, that's a mood. That's a whole mood. I mean, shit, if I didn't have to work, if I didn't have to work in the morning, I probably would too, to be honest. Like, well, maybe not 2 p.m., but a lot later. I can tell you that much. A lot later than 8 a.m. And honestly, probably should be getting up before 8 a.m., but I struggle to even do that. So, like, you know, baby steps, right? All right, so quick score check here. We're about 40 lines through almost for Penguin Panic. And actually, Grand Design's already there. Touches for GD goes to 161, 131 for Penguin Panic. Another long bar, another Tetris goes to 157 now, as, yeah, both players within 3 lines of each other. Impossible to wake up when it's still dark out. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I mean, I just find it difficult to wake up in general, but, you know, that's just... you know, I'm just not a morning person at the end of the day. Like, I mean, yeah, anyone that I work with can attest to that. Like, I am by no means a morning person, but you know, it's like all the high paying jobs, it's like, you know, 9 to 5. So, like, you know, the jobs that actually make me money, right, require me to be up early. So I do it, you know. By the way, quick score check. Not anything money related, but yeah, I couldn't think of a good segue. So, score check, 233 to 200,000, or rather 204. Penguin Panic with the lead. We're gonna close this out. Of course, Elp playing with the hangover strats in the next matchup from the sounds of it. So 207 to 280. Again, Penguin Panic still leading this one. Grand Design needing a few burns. That L, excuse me, that will help. So 218, 326. So Penguin Panic opening up about 100,000 point lead. Grand Design's cutting into that with a Tetris, but this board not great here. I mean, Jay is going to help a lot, but again, the problem is he keeps having to burn, and yeah, he's just trying to stay efficient, but he's playing up on row 2, and that S not helpful here. And actually, he's actually in some trouble here. Gets a T though. Okay, he'll be fine, but that was looking pretty dicey for a moment there. I mean, he didn't get the right pieces. He was probably dead. And there's a lumbar for the relief, and the Tetris goes to 273. Another one to go to 296. Penguin Panic at 419. Of course, we got about 25-ish lines to go till we transition to level 19. And of course, yeah, it is a crime that Roman specifically had to go to class today after the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's an absolute crime. Someone call, I don't know, someone call his school's dean and let him know, or let him or her know that it is unacceptable. Yeah, I don't know why I just said him. Mostly because I think of the name Dean, right? Like, because it's a dude, you know what I mean? Like, because Dean is like an actual first name, right? For dudes. But anyway, I'm getting distracted here. Penguin Panic, what is important is that Penguin Panic is at 492, has got a nice lead here, over 100,000 points, 373. 73 for Grand Designs. Did I just I just dox him? Imagine. All right, 398 for Grand Designs. As we transition. Oh my God. 518. Penguin Panic gonna go ahead and not gonna take the triple. But unfortunately cannot set up for a Tetris here. He's now gonna take the triple at 525. So again, off we run. This is do or die here for Grand Designs. And yeah, yeah, I think he thought that was gonna burn, because honestly I did too, but we were wrong. He's finished at 408. And just like that, Penguin Panic gets to say game 4 is no more. Charlie, ring that bell, will you? All right, GG's all around. First set to not go to 5. And it was won by none other than one of our top contenders for the Upstarts Championship, Penguin Panic. Congratulations to you, of course. And thank you both for coming on and playing. So yeah, that is a wrap on that one. Yeah, GG's all around. Up next, you're finally gonna get it. Roman versus El Paletum, who's making his return to Monday Night Mayhem after quite some time. So that one's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. everybody. So we're halfway through this episode of Monday Night Mayhem, and we're gonna be kicking off the second half right now with some introductions, please. On the red side, it is Upstarts night, apparently, because he is another member of our top 10 contenders for the Upstarts Championship. And of course, this man made his way out to Waco, Texas over the weekend, where he took home top 8 in the final bracket for that CTWC qualifier. He is the Angry Roman. His opponent tonight, staying up super late to make this match happen, another member of the top 10 for our Upstarts Championship, formerly the failure, but now the success story. He is El Paletum. So there you go. If he can do it, Vegan Max, so can you. There you go. Of course, we got over 3 from Roman. So, Elp, my friend, when you are ready to go, let me know. If this is anything other than 18 all the way, of course, also let me know that. So, yeah. So, of course, we got Zyman here in the chat. Checking out the queue. So, we got, of course, right now, we got Roman and Elp, which we're going to start right now in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And then coming up next, after the conclusion of this set, whenever that ends up being, of course, is game 1. We got Dan V. Weller staying up late. Take on the Vicious Rhubarb in a battle of some new rollers. So, people that are, a couple folks that are making their way in that realm. So, of course, that should be a fun matchup. And then after that, we're going to have Yeehaw McKickass versus Colin C. Christ M. And then we're going to have Boxy versus Mards. Mards barely squeaking in that queue. He's going to end out the night. So, oh, right now, though, Roman. Okay, gotta get that lumbar for the Tetris. He was in some trouble for a minute. He didn't get that lumbar. That might have been game over. But, you know, we take those. We absolutely take those. And there we go. That J gonna help build in the left. And some more J's to continue building out the left. Perfect. Perfect pieces. And another lumbar, another Tetris. So 62,000 for Roman here through 24 lines. Elp at 26 lines, 118,000 points. So Elp with a nice lead to start out. And of course, yeah, you guys have kind of been wanting to have this match for a while, and finally, it just finally worked out. They were both in queue within, you know, the first 20 seconds of it being open, right? And we're able to make it happen. But man, I will say it is kind of ridiculous how quickly it fills up. I mean, like I said, I you know, again, some obvious solutions would be like, oh, well, maybe just start earlier. It's like, well, that I can't do because of work. And oh, Roman, uh-oh. Can Roman get the bar? Can it give it to him? Oh, no! Well, here's what can't happen. Roman can't get out of that one. That was really unfortunate. He's finished at 108 and at 169. Make that 191. Hey, now, for El Paletum. He's going to be good. We'll take game number 1. All right, we got ready in chat from Elp. Hover 3 on your screen there from Roman. So let's count him down. Game number 2. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So, of course, yeah, I was saying, you know, like, I could, you know, it's like if I could start earlier, right? Have more matches, like, you know, like, that'd be cool if I could do that, but like, if I could realistically do that, right? Like, that would be, I mean, technically I probably could, but, you know, like, you know, I don't know. After a long day at work, it's like, man, I need like an hour to just, you know, get some dinner, right? Get some grub. Whether that be a chicken sandwich or a better cooked meal, right? Or leftover pizza or whatever it may be. Like, you know, get some grub. Give my brain a minute. Like, you know, that's just, like, I need a minute. That's just, you know. So, yeah. Because, like I said, it is a little ridiculous that it fills up so quick. And, you know, that's great. Again, it's great because it means people are enjoying this, but... Same time, it's like, my God. All right, so 80,000 here for Elp, 96 for the Angry Roman. Both players were dealing with some respective digs, but Elp's gonna get out of his first. As Roman is gonna go ahead and just take these skims with the L's and the J's. There we go, gonna get that right side reopened. Is back open for business here. Like, no long bar in sight so far. Oh, finally shows up right after a misshift of the square. Feels Das, man. He's gonna stay alive, but that was kind of brutal misshift. All right, nice burn there with the S piece. And yeah, just a couple more birds, he'll be out of this again. And oh, what a dirty for Elf. Oh my goodness, again, bingo cards. Get the bingo cards out. That was another one. I don't know what column that was, or row, or whatever that nonsense was, but that was a filthy Tetris up there. And another clean one to go to 180. Oh my goodness. So Elp now needing a few burns here, and this is, if Roman can get out of this quick, this might be his chance to start closing the gap. And yeah, Roman will get out first. Just needing to get Tetris ready, not getting the pieces to do it. And now both players are clean. And there we go. Tetris for Roman, 173, 187 for El Paletum. Add a Tetris, go to a 210. And, you know, and as I was saying, you know, again, these guys are both players, again, I mean, it is Upstarts night around here pretty much. Because, I mean, Elp is, you know, in our top 5. Again, as of February 3rd, in our top 5. I mean, who would have thunk it, right? Oh, man. But speaking of which, I hype him up and he tops out 213, his final score. So Roman needing less than a Tetris now, needs 214. And there we go. There's Lumber for the score. And Roman going to tie it up 1 game apiece. Man, I thought I was in a pretty good spot to start just talking about whatever else, right? Like, damn it, guys. Oh my goodness. All right, we got ready in the chat from Elp, and there's the hover 3 from Roman. Yeah, no reason to delay. Let's keep this going. Give him for 3. Once a best of 5 is now effectively a best of 3 in 3-2-1 Tetris. Yeah, so I mean, as I was saying, you know, and Elp in our top 5 for the contenders for the Upstarts Championship, number 4 to be exact. And you know, and again, who would have thunk it? I mean, literally, like, you know, I mean, 2 years ago, if you're even like a year and a half, you would have told me a year and a half ago this is where he'd be. I don't know that I would have believed you. But nowadays, he is, I mean, all it took was a switch to console, and he is kind of cracked. Literally skipped 900k to get the max. Like, he's kind of, I think it's safe to say he's kind of cracked nowadays, although this board not looking great.
And the whole conspiracy,
oh my god, the whole conspiracy would have been exposed. Thinking Poopy for the raid. Party of 3. You guys are just in time for game number 3 of El Paletum versus Roman. Again, Elp number 4 in the Upstarts rankings. Roman, I was just about to start talking about him too. He is number 9 in the rankings, looking to move his way up, potentially into that top 5. And everyone wants a shot at Ian Keith, it seems. So yeah, I think Roman's definitely someone that could move up a couple spots. May want to see him take on, you know, some of the likes of Maestro and Remy the Rocket. A couple folks who are ranked above him right now, along with Elp, who we're seeing him play right now. So there we go. Some suggestions for new matchups, folks. That's what I'm dishing out here. But of course, game for Roman, not dishing out great pieces, but finally we'll give him a long bar, give him to 134, give him a slight lead over Elp, who's at 130 at a similar line count. Add a Tetris, go to 153. So Elp with the lead. Roman just trying to stay alive here. He's building up row 3. Another Tetris on row 3 for Roman. And yeah, PC's getting are kind of telling him, hey, stick with it. It's working. And he's making some nice adjustments here too. So another score for Roman here. Okay, but now Elp getting a little bit of trouble. Another long bar, another Tetris. And opts to not take the triple there with the next one. And yeah, you can see why he was able to find another way to open up that one of those two holes up in row 4. And now, yeah, he's just shaking his head. He knows this is kind of not a great board here. Gets a couple untimely Z pieces. I think there was another spot for that second one there, but now I can't see it, so I kind of forgot. So, but he's setting up a row 2. Aggressive long bar set up the Aki bar. And there's the lumber. There's the Tetris. It'll pay off. Go to 259. Roman with a column 8. Yeah, get seriously. Like, if you don't already have those bingo cards out, you should. Everyone right now is just setting up whatever friggin' well they want. And it seems to be working out in some cases. Not so much in others, but for Roman right now, it seems to be working out okay. He's only back by about 40,000 points here. About 2 Tetrises. 246 for him. 285 for Elp Altum. Another Tetris for Elp goes to 308. And of course, we got the first Noel, and apparently probably the only Noel in this community anyway. Cheering on Elp. Says, let's go, Elp. So there you go. Got some fanfare in the chat. Always great to see. Of course, welcome in, Noel, my friend. So Roman, Roman with a dicey setup here. Nice J-Tuck. I don't know if it'll save him, but let's see. I mean, this is diggable for sure. There we go. That L gonna help with that. And yep, there we go. That S as well. Making some really nice burns here. Some really good decisions. Help keep him alive. There's a column 8 setup once again. He's still ready here with this burn. Finally, the long bar for the score. He goes to 310 through 107 lines. Elp creating a line dependency himself. Gonna have to be burning for a bit. So this is kind of Roman's chance to start catching up here. All right, so 311, 391. Elp with the lead. As we start to approach transition, about 20 lines to go. And of course, Richard Wolf the 6th, our Division 9 icon. Welcome in, my friend. Checking out the queue. After this, so of course we got this matchup here. Roman and Elp doing battle. Then we'll have Dan V. Weller and Vicious Rhubarb. He'll be duking it out. Keeping on rolling. And of course, we'll have Yeehaw and See Christ M. Colin, aka. And we'll have Boxy taking on Martz, as Martz barely made his way into that queue tonight. As Roman transitions, 368. So definitely with some catch up to do. Not to be confused with Condiment. Meanwhile, Elp at 430 transitions. So there's still anyone's game here. Again, Elp with the lead. But again, the 19 plus is not a very friendly, probably the least friendly portion of this game. As Roman, excuse me, is, yeah, in a nasty spot. That J gonna hang on the left, or the right, excuse me. And he's finished at 381. So at 440, Elp Altum's gonna take the 2-1 lead. Yeah, he was on his way to Top Out City anyway, but it didn't matter. And of course, got a ready in chat from Elp. Hover 3 from Roman. Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right. So here we go. Game point here for Elp. Noel's cheering him on. And of course, he's also let us know he is going to get absolutely wrecked by Burb this Sunday. I mean, hey, I thought I was supposed to cut the promo on you. You're not supposed to cut it on yourself. Like, that's not how this works, Noel. Oh my god. But of course, for those wondering, yeah, I am going to wreck Noel this Sunday. This Sunday! It's Sunday afternoon. And a smackdown of Tetris Gauntlet. The wavy ones, the aux cords. Wavy ones are winning. Noel is absolutely losing that game for the aux cords. You can take it to the bank. There's a mini promo for you. There you go. See, it just sounds better coming from me, you know? And, oh, Roman with a couple misdrops. He's gonna get the Tetris here. All right, 55,000 for both. They are neck and neck, and not in a good way. They are both kind of struggling here a little bit. Tetris for Elp though. He's gonna get nice and clean here. And Roman just trying to navigate through this dig. So yeah, Roman taking some nice burns. Just could have opted to build dirty, but it's gonna just go ahead and bring this back down to the bottom. Get that right side reopened ideally, but oh my god, these pieces. What on earth? And yeah, ooh, that square came a piece too late. Definitely could have used that for the tuck, but that J, there was just no good spot for that J. So he's bringing this back down. Again, trying anyway, but on account of all that, he finds himself behind by about 100,000 points now. 79,000 for Roman, 172 for El Paletum. Elp in a bit of a dig too. So this is Roman's chance to try and start catching back up and score, but again, he's not able to get out of these dig situations here. And I mean, that square that the game gave him earlier that he had to throw all the way right, that just kind of started a whole dig here. I mean, there was just no good spot. He didn't have the two wides. So he's going to continue suffering a little bit here. And again, this is not the time for suffering because he is down 2-1. He needs this win to stay alive. But he'll take a touch, just go to 112 here through 60 lines. Elp 7 lines ahead at 270. Has a commanding lead right now. Don't motivate me. Listen, it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. The promos, all that nonsense. I mean, yeah, I'm not really one that's good with cutting promos. I tend to just let my game do the talking most of the time. Like, so, like if I you know what I mean? Like if I show up to play, I show up to play. Like if I don't, well, that's on me. Like. But speaking of showing up to play, both these guys trying to do just that here. But, oh, man, that wasn't really a great spot for that square for Roman. But he's keeping this board low. He's doing what he has to do to stay alive here. But, again, he's still behind by a lot here. And look at this. He's going to start going aggressive here because he knows he's got to start closing that gap. Another Tetris and a perfect well transfer back over to the right. Yeah, it was a great play to keep him in this here. 211 to 368. Elp still with a very massive lead here. And another long, another Tetris for Roman. So yeah, look at that. He's nice and clean now. Got a nice clean build. We're gonna keep this going. As we are now starting to approach that 100 line mark here for Roman. Actually, Elp is already there. Elp's about 6 lines ahead. As Roman now gets there. So 281 to 400. 400. I don't know what that little thing was there with my voice, but 400. That's where Elp is at. He gets touches, goes to 431. So still over 100,000 point lead here for Elp, but Roman just trying to stay within striking distance here and maybe try and, hope either Elp makes a mistake or that he can somehow, some way close that gap on the 19 plus. We'll see how he fares here as we get closer. And again, Elp about 10 lines ahead here. So again, game is like a car mirror. Objects, in this case being the game, is closer than it appears. And Roman going to go ahead and fill that line dependency before going for the Tetris. But now is going to go for it, gets another one. So didn't have to take any extra burns for it. So that turned out to be a good move. Simul Tetris there. 487 the transition score for Elp. Roman looking at potentially 425-ish if he can get this Tetris, but game not going to give it to him. He's going to go ahead and take the burn. And of course, Martz with the bits. Multiple bits. Chad is sleeping, he says. So off we run. 19 plus. Again, thank you, Martz, for all those bits. You are way too kind, sir. Did the GD match go to decider? It did not. But what might go to a decider is this one if Roman can up the pace here. 413, 550 for Elp. But Elp having to take some burns here on level 21. Roman still back at 20. And another lumber, another Tetris. He'll go to 443. Again, just trying to close the gap, trying to get within 100,000 here. So if he could just, oh my goodness, oh, both players not with the best boards. Elp about to top out here, maybe. Oh, wait, hold up. No, cannot get that Z left. He's finished at 561. So Elp, you need Roman, you need 562. Why do I keep calling you Elp? You need 562 to chase down Elp. So you need over 100,000 more points here. Not necessarily a ton of time to do it. And 562 is the score required. Roman with a nice clean board. This is very doable here. He's on level 23, about 100,000 points left. Trying to get Tetris ready. Takes a triple. Definitely the right move here. Because again, Elp ain't scoring anymore, so. All right, good Berg. Oh no, he can't get the T left. Oh, that might be it. He's trying. Oh, but he can't rotate the long bar. Probably would have been dead anyway. But just like that. Hold on. We gotta play this. No! There you go. That's Roman right now. Because Elf is gonna take him down. 3 games to 1. GG's to you. Charlie, ring the bell. And fuck yeah, says Elf. He managed to do it. And there's your winner scene. As he stayed up late, but he made the win happen anyway. El Paltum getting it done. 3-1. So yeah, there you go. GG's all around. And thank you both for coming out and playing. My God. Okay. With that, we're going to move on. Next matchup here. Dan Vinky, aka Dan V. Weller, taking on the Vicious Rhubarb in a rolling battle. So don't go anywhere, guys. This is going to be another good matchup coming up here. So yeah, stay tuned. We'll be right back. right, here we go. Getting close to the end here. We got a couple matches left to go, and we're gonna kick it off with this one here. This rolling battle here. Let's get instructions, please. On the left side, the red side, whatever you want to call it. He is, of course, a one-time YouTube star who has made his way to the world of classic Tetris. Formerly a tapper, now a roller. He is a Dan Vinky. And his opponent over on the blue side, a guy staying up considerably less late to make this matchup happen, as he is over here on the other side of the pond. He is, of course, another tapper who's gonna make his way in the world of rolling. He is the vicious Rhubarb. All right, here we go. So, gentlemen, when you are ready, let me know. Be shocked if this was anything other than 18 all the way. I mean, seeing this sheer speed from Dan right now. Good old Dan V. Weller. Sorry, it's just fun to say. Like, it just is. Of course, Elp, let me know. Wavy ones are lucky that Elp isn't allowed to participate. I mean, that's probably true. That's probably true because, yeah, Elp's been killing it, honestly. So. Got some 29 warm-ups going on here. And I get a test. 29 warm-ups. They're fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy being able to do that now. So, maybe not as reliably, but I can do it. Definitely, I'm looking to catch up with Dan for sure. I don't know what Rhubarb's 29 line PB is, but I know Dan's is like 50 something. And I mean, I got like 38, but definitely looking to catch up some of these other guys. So, oh, you have 75 now. Okay, well there you go. Hey, and then we got 69 from Rhubarb. Hey now. So yeah, definitely got my work cut out for me then, it seems. Consistent 0, yup. Oh my goodness. All right, we got over 3 from Rhubarb. So once we got a ready from Dan, we'll go ahead, we'll get this underway. As he debates on whether to full roll or whether to tap a bit too. Full roller bread. No cheat. Okay. All right. So it looks like we're gonna get a full roll on both sides. We got readies on both sides. So let's count it down. Game number 1. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right, off we run. Game number 1. I'm going to adjust one of these stencils here on my end. Probably, that's probably about as good as we're gonna get. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right, Tetris for Dan, Tetris for Rhubarb. Both are on the board with 1 at that 100% Tetris rate until Rhubarb took that burn with the S. All right, fix the music. Da 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 da. Or maybe not. Hello, YouTube, please do your thing. Thank you. All right. Yeah, let's think about it. There we go. Okay. 31,000 here for Dan V. Weller. Just whipping those pieces left and right as he is up high. 94 for the vicious Rhubarb. Add a Tetris, go to 117. Yeah, right. Imagine using YouTube for stream music. Well, see, I don't feel like having like yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess I can't use space as an excuse considering I literally my OBS output folder is filled with like 800 gigabytes of stuff. So I mean, I guess I can't really, just of OBS recordings. Like, so I guess I can't really use that as an excuse. Why do I use YouTube? I don't know. It's just easier. Because I'm lazy and don't want to have to like, I'm just lazy and want to be able to just use 2-hour playlists that people have on there, and I don't really want to download 2-hour playlists, so because that would take time that I don't feel like I have. So, but what we do have is a lead here for Rhubarb. He's at 159. Both players are up high, though certainly manageable with rolling. A nice dirty Tetris for Dan. He'll get a 140, so back by about a Tetris. Another touch for Rhubarb goes to 187. So both players are clean. Rhubarb playing off the bottom, row 2. He's just going to look to maintain the pace, stay ahead of Dan. And not really burn too much, but unfortunately created a line dependency down the middle, but we'll fill it in. And is back to cleanliness again. Of course, Burb's semi-hourly reminder, stay hydrated, everybody, because it's important. That was good. Okay. From your favorite Hydro homie. But either way, Rhubarb gonna get back down to the bottom here. He is nice and clean. Dan nice and clean as well. So that is pretty poggers, man. Not gonna lie. So 284 Rhubarb, 280 at a Tetris. Go to 303 for Dan. He'll take the lead momentarily. And another one for Rhubarb to attempt to take it back, but Dan got another one. So yeah, they're kind of going back and forth here. They're pretty neck and neck, all things considered here. Yeah, they're just trading the lead back and forth, back and forth. And it's only going to get crazier here as we start to approach the 19 transition. We are about 35 lines away for both players. And again, Dan with about a 1 Tetris lead. Oh my goodness, Rhubarb with a couple unfortunate pieces there. That didn't really have good spots. But now, okay, yep, now he's going to go ahead and look to bring this down. But oh my god. Unfortunately, just having to create holes, but he's just whipping these pieces left and right. I mean, it's like, I know that this is all possible and, fairly easily for rollers, but it's still just, even as a roller, it's just so impressive to see. Just, just a little flick of the wrist, right? And these just fling back and forth, it oh my god, it's still impressive to me every time watching someone else do that. Like, all right, 10 lines to go till we transition. Tetris for Dan goes to 472, 399 for Rhubarb. Behind on account of all that digging here. He's got 1 line to go now at 422. Rhubarb, nice and clean. Dan, ooh, a couple birds required as Rhubarb transitions. 422 at a Tetris, go to 446. But meanwhile, Dan in trouble here. He's got 1 line to go. He needs a J. That L is going to have to work with this game. 477 is the score at transition. Up high. And there we go. Long bar for the Tetris. He's going to survive. Oh my goodness. He is staying right in this here. Just taking skim after skim. Probably were some better moves there in some cases, but he is staying alive. Looked like he was on the way to Top Out City, but not today. Tetris down the middle. 543. It's going to maintain the lead over Rhubarb into level 21. 544 to 509. Of course, we got the terror here in the chat. Cheering him on, or maybe cheering against him. I don't know. I guess that wasn't clear, but Rhubarb with a double flip though. Oh, can Rhubarb get out of this? Not the piece he needed. Gets the long bar left. Oh my goodness. He is staying alive here, folks. But he needs something for that left side. Needs another bar. And he won't get it left. He's finished at 517. And at 583, Dan Vinky, Dan V. Weller, whatever you want to call him. He'll be good. He'll take game number 1. All right, look at this. A very good game 1 there. Oh, Dan's setting up dirty. Oh, give it to him. And, oh, he didn't get it. Oh, my God. Bro moment. All right, we got GG's all around. We got a hover 3 from Rhubarb. My goodness. All right, we got a ready chat from Dan. Let's count it down. Game number 2. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right, off we run. Game number 2. So again, Dan with the 1 game advantage here. Because Rhubarb was just not able to dig out of that high up dig. I mean, it was possible, but very, very tough. So now, of course, he'll be looking to bounce back here in game number 2, tie it up. So we'll see how he fares in that regard. But right now, yeah, kind of not really getting the L's, J's, and long bars that he needs. Filling dependencies when he needs them. He's getting them like a piece too late. So he's just with pieces left. Like, get out the way. I don't need this right now. Give me something else. And it's finally starting to get some useful stuff here. Bring this board back down. He's at 33,000, 69,000 for Dan. Hey now. All right, another lumber, another Tetris. He'll go to 91,000 here. 57 for Rhubarb. Looks like he's gonna start building here on row 4, I believe. Yeah, row 4. Dirty Tetris. Oh, but Dan getting up high, but no problem. Gets the lumber, gets Tetris. Just whips it over. Another dirty one for Rhubarb. Again, if you got the bingo cards out, or rather if you don't have them out, get them out, because Rhubb's going for those row 4s. Sticking with it. Oh my goodness. Getting up. Actually starting to get up dangerously high here is Rhubarb. That square gonna get left for some relief. There we go. Getting some good pieces to bring this down. Tetris ready again. And there's the lumber. There's the Tetris. Goes to 135. So he's been suffering a little bit. I kind of having to continue to play this high up. So he's, yeah, at 159. 214 for Dan V. Weller. And Dan actually a few lines back as well. So certainly good lead here for Dan. Though unfortunately now not really in a great spot. These pieces not too kind. Again, as we continue this abusive relationship with this game. Just like all of us do. Right? This game, the game, you know, to follow up on something from earlier, right? This game, it doesn't give us gifts, right? As a significant other might on Valentine's Day, right? It doesn't give us gifts. It gives us gifs. That's what this game gives us. And that's just, you know, it's abusive because that is just so wrong on so many levels. Right? To keep that whole debate going, right? It's just wrong on so many levels. That is why this game is truly abusive. But Speaking of abusive, well, that wasn't really a good segue, but score check for these two folks. We got 283 for Rhubarb, 320 for Dan V. Weller. As Rhubarb is just trying to... You can see he had an little S spin tuck set up a little earlier and just was not able to get it. So, unfortunately, having to take some burns because of that. And that's allowing Dan to start to pull away here. He's at 366 now through 89 lines. But nice dirty Tetris again for Rhubarb. I think that time on row 5. Getting that well transferred back over to the right. But, of course, we got Boxy here checking up on the queue. Got a couple matches left before you are up. We're looking at, I don't know, maybe an hour at most before you're up. At least that is just a Burb's estimation. So that could be wrong, of course, but point is, if you're having a chicken sandwich, maybe finish it up. Because we are getting close to transition here in game number 2. All right, Tetris for Rhubarb. Dan getting high up here. Fairly clean, just needs a couple burns. Yep, there we go. Another Lombard, another Tetris. Goes to 463. Takes a 100,000 point lead here over Rhubarb. 360 here for Rhubarb. He only has about 5 lines to go till transition. And look at that S get all the way left. Oh my God. And another Tetris. He'll transition 407. Dan still 100,000 points ahead. It still has 6 lines to go. So Rhubarb is gonna have to step on the gas here if he wants a chance to catch up. And he's doing another Lombard, another Tetris. He's just, again, whipping these pieces over to the left side. Just doing everything he can to keep up the efficiency here. Another Lombard, another Tetris. Meanwhile, Dan transitions 516. Off he runs. About 10. We're actually almost 20 lines back right now. Oh, but Dan with a Z-Spire. He can't believe it. What the hell was that? You cannot believe that that little Z-burst there. Not an S-burst. So 516 is final score. Rhubarb almost there. And just needs another burn. Another burn will do it. And there we go. 517. Rhubarb is going to tie it up 1-all. Wow. Yeah, unfortunate there from Dan. That little Z-burst. There was just nowhere for those to go. By the way, Rhubarb will take that. So yeah, we got a hover 3 from Rhubarb. He's ready to go. Dan letting us know he does not full roll because his anchor finger starts hurting. Get good. Dan, with his read receipt on, is ready to go. Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris for game 3. All right, off we run. So once a best of 5, now effectively a best of 3. As we're tied up here. What would you suggest, Mr. Physiotherapist? I don't know. How about you get good? All right, here we go. So Tetris is on the board for both. 2 for Rhubarb, 1 for Dan through 12 lines. And oh, both players got a high up, and that misdrop from Dan could be costly if he's not careful. But it looks like he will be okay here. Nice burns here on the right. All right, so he is in desperate need of, well, actually, no, not anymore. Never mind. I'm going to not finish that sentence because it's no longer relevant. But he is in desperate need of some pace. I will say that much because he is falling way behind already. He's at 43,000, 129 for Rhubarb, so almost 100,000 points spread already. But of course, it's still very early on. Anything can happen here. Simul Tetris, pretty much. All right, touch to Rhubarb. He's at 175. Dan at 69,000. Hey now. So he is, again, he's building up to the sky here, just trying to, he's holding out for this long bar. Where is it? Not coming here. He has to burn. And finally, another long bar for the score. Oh my God. That was a suffer drought there for sure, but he handled it well. Another long bar, another Tetris. Man, you gotta be kidding me. Like, it was actually brutal. Like, come on, this isn't Gauntlet. This is friendlies. Like, let's not be crazy here. Like, come on. We're just here having fun. Game's like, nah, man. This isn't supposed to be fun. It's abusive. Abusive relationship. So 247 Rhubarb, 127 for Dan. So again, commanding lead here for Rhubarb, but he just extended that lead. I don't know why I said it like that. But yeah, and Rhubarb did just extend the lead. And he does so again, 317 to 174 through 70 lines. So Rhubarb having a pretty solid game here. All right, another lumber, another touches a go. So both players are pretty clean now. And of course, you know, as far as friendlies is concerned, you know, both a couple players that could start making waves in the Phenoms division. Of course, Dan already has done so. He's in the top 10 talks for the Phenoms Championship. Of course, ranked number 7 right now on the leaderboard. Of course, that is as of February 3rd. So, could be outdated, but recent, as of late, he's up there. Alongside Tebanoku, Timmy Kim, and the NGC Man, a member of the King's Fae 5. So, and of course, Poopy Old Hag, SV Nestris, and Zeno just ahead of him. So, in some good company there. And of course, I think Rhubarb, once he really gets this rolling down, you could see he's starting to for sure. Once he really gets it down, I think he'll be in talks for maybe even Tetris Friendlies Championship. And actually, currently ranked number 6 for that. So I think, yeah, definitely someone who can make some noise. Maybe take on Huffaluffagus at a future friendly super show for the title. So, but of course, right now, they gotta take on each other. These two gentlemen here that I just talked about. 554, what the hell? 477 for the Vicious Rhubarb, 384 for Dan Vinky. So Dan needing a couple burns here. We'll take them. He's got about 15 lines to go till transition. Rhubarb with, ooh, J misdrop on the left. Oh, another J misdrop on top of it. He's just trying to whip pieces over. But I don't know if this will save him here. Another misdrop of an S piece. Oh, my word. And yeah, no dice. He's finished at 481. So there's your target, Dan. 482 is what you need. 482. And yeah, this is not the best board to transition with, but he'll get there. 442, needs 40,000 more points. Can probably just line this out here. But of course, he's got to survive first before he can even think about the strategy here. There we go, that long bar gonna help. All right, there we go. Now he's clean. There's the lumber, there's the Tetris. So now just needs a few thousand more points. He's 482. He's just 4,000 more points, but he's gonna do it in style. Bang, Tetris. And at 503, he's good. And we'll take game number 3, the 2-1 lead. All right. So game point here for Dan. Rhubarb with hover 3, Dan with hover 3. Here we go. Wasting no time. Let's get to game number 4. Let's get it started in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And of course, up next, gonna be Yeehaw McKickass taking on C. Christ M. Colin, as he's called. So that'll be up next, of course, for you two gentlemen. Make sure you're live, warming up, doing all that stuff, because this could potentially be the last game of the set if Dan takes it. So now would be a good time to get ready to go so we can keep the show moving. So. But of course, right now, still lots of game left to be played here in this one. Of course, Rhubarb going to look to buy the two of you some time to warm up. He's making some nice tucks and spins, making it look easy over on that right side there. But finds himself behind right now, adds a Tetris to close the gap, actually take the lead. So 72,000 for Rhubarb, 70 for Dan Vinky, as we're about 20 lines through this one. And of course, we got Noel here. Excited to see Colin play. We're going to cheer him on. So that'll be, that'll be a fun matchup, of course. It'll be our continuation of Upstarts night, apparently, because seriously, like almost everybody that's played tonight, man, other than like these two, have been like contenders for the Upstarts championship, which is great. It's great to see like that there are that many people that want that title. Like it's a good title. It really is. They want to take it from me and Keith. But meanwhile, Dan, we're gonna just dig this down. I mean, while I was talking about that, I was aware that he was in some serious trouble, but I'm like, you know what? He'll probably be fine, right? And yeah, he was. So he proved me right. So there you go. 153 for Dan. He's got the lead right now. Tetris for Rhubarb goes to 151, so they're neck and neck. So another Lombard, another Tetris. Dan will go to 178. 152 still for Rhubarb. He's just taking burn after burn, just keeping that well open. There's a Lombard finally for the score. He'll go to 180. So again, a very neck-and-neck affair here through the first 50 lines. And of course, we're kind of talking about CTWC stuff. Of course, we had the Waco qualifier. I kind of briefly talked about him. We had Roman here, of course, as he made the top 8 of that event. I'm definitely. It's really exciting to see a lot of these live events, man. Like I've said it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I really hope we get that live Portland experience, because I think these two have a good shot of doing well, making some noise. Regardless of whether it's online or in person. But I mean, if it's in person, I think that'll be a good experience for both of these two to really play on a big stage. I think they could do it. But Rhubarb right now, potentially maybe proving me wrong here. He is up way high, but that Lombard left. Oh my goodness. Oh, he can't get the Lombard column 9. He can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh no! Oh yeah, I think it's time for that GIF again. Yeah. No! He can't believe it. And Dan Vinky at 345 is gonna be good. Game 4 is no more. Now there you go. Thought that was a pretty fitting time for the GD no. But it's a GD hell yeah for Dan Vinky as he gets it done in 4. So GG's all around. Yeah, definitely tough break there for Rhubarb. But you want to know what the cool thing is about this win? Dan was the first one on the red side to win today. So there you go. So look at that. All right, so up next, as we just found out that Dog got a 1.5. In the midst of that, we're gonna have some Yeehaw McKickass versus C. Christ M. Colin, as he's called. We'll be right back in just a moment. I'm gonna go get that set up. And of course, yeah, thank you guys for coming on. And thank you. I am not even gonna attempt to pronounce that, but I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. All right, here we go. Just a couple more matches left to go here. And this one is going to be another... we're going to be continuing on Upstarts night here on Tetris Friendlies of Monday Night Mayhem. Let's get instructions, please, on the red side. He is certainly one of our mainstays here in the world of Tetris Friendlies on Monday nights. And he is, of course, in our top 10 for the Upstarts contenders for the championship. And he is going to be looking to move up those ranks tonight. Guy with the coolest name I know. He is a Yeehaw McKickass. And his opponent over on the blue side, a newcomer here to the world of Classic Tetris. He is looking to make his, I think this is his second appearance here on Tetris Friendlies on my show. And he's going to look to work his way up as well. He is C. Christ M. All right, so I have been told that this is a 15 all the way. So, of course, oh, I did not fix that camera on this scene. Let me fix that on my end real quick. Quick edit on my side. Okay. And look at that. Like nothing ever happened. That's slightly better. Okay, we'll take it. Okay, it's 15 all the way is the call. So once we got readies from both, there's a hover 3 from Colin and a ready a chat from Yeehaw, because I can't see a hover 3 because he's using Nestor Champs. So yeah, here we go. Game number 1. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. I'm actually going to do, you know what? I'm not even going to hide that I'm doing this. I'm just going to, whoop, there we go. There we go. Let's not cut Yeehaw's head off here, right? Like, come on. All right. Of course, we got Elp checking out the queue. We got this matchup. And then we're going to have our kind of main event for the night, because it is the last match of the night. Of course, we got Boxy and Marz. Marz just barely squeaking his way into the queue tonight. Of course, we were not going to let him break his 3-year-long streak. I mean, listen, I don't ever want that to be my fault if that happens. So if he doesn't show up to an episode of Friendlies, I don't want that to be my fault. So we couldn't let that happen. So they'll be up next after the conclusion of this match. This 15 all the way battle. There's a Tetris for Colin. Goes to 40,000 here. Got about a 1 Tetris lead at the moment. Both players with pretty clean boards. But there's a Tetris for Yeehaw, so. And of course, Colin, a guy I've talked to, you know, quite extensively. He and I are both fellow members of the Wavy Ones over in Classic Tetris Gauntlet. And, you know, of course, he's someone that's just, yeah, been trying to trying to improve, just making his way up, kind of learning what he can through osmosis or whatever else. And, you know, he's certainly appears to have improved since the last time he was here on friendlies. He's just kind of calmly bringing this down. He's playing on a faster speed, I believe, too, because I think last time he played on level 12 and now is, yeah, certainly gotten better. And I think he now has a 500k too, so he's working his way up. Someone that we could really see do some big things someday. And I think the same goes for Yeehaw again, already in the top 10 for the Upstarts Championship. And he is going to look to maintain his position there. You know, to be in that discussion, maybe take on whoever the champion is at the time that he's ready, whether that be Ian Keith or someone else at a future friendly show. So definitely, I mean, it's a good game here so far. We got 128 here for Yeehaw, 90,000 here for Colin. C. Christ M. That's right. Yeah, Martz will smoke Boxy. He left out cold. Right, you heard it there first. Penguin Panic let you know. Boxy is apparently going to lose. Potted like a plant. Oh my goodness. All right, we're approaching 50 lines here, about halfway to the level 16 transition. Tetris for Colin goes to 150. And they are neck and neck as Yeehaw also at 150. All right, and Colin needing a J piece for that left side. Long bar will do. And there we go. And now he's got a dirty setup. Get the bingo cards out. And there we go. Dirty Tetris for Colin. Row 2, column something or another. It wasn't column 10, I can tell you that much. In the meantime, Yeehaw up high, dangerously high, in fact. Gonna go ahead and take this burn with the L and the long bar on the left. Barely getting that over. So he's staying alive. He has got a nice clean board now. But just needs a long bar for the Tetris here. And honestly, for some relief. There we go. Finally a long bar. There's the score. He'll go to 181. 177 here for Colin. So see Chris TM. Right? He's doing pretty good here. Oh, missed the rotation there on that L. Or J or whatever it was. I don't know. How do I spell my name again? Oh my goodness. 181 to 185 out of Tetris go to 204. Yeehaw still with the lead. So Colin just trying to work through this dig here. And oh, he's Tetris ready. He's got a dirty one set up. Game not giving him the bar though. And guess what? It still ain't coming. That well is covered and it still ain't coming. Finally shows up. Use it to reopen the hole for a dirty Tetris for Colin. Look at that. Goes to 208. So only about a Tetris back as we got about 10 lines to go till we transition to the level 16. Nice little burn there with the square from Colin. Just looking to reopen that hole towards the middle of the board. Again, it's a few lines available before we change over. Back by about a Tetris and a half. And may opt to build on row 2 here. We'll see. Right now, Yeehaw transitions with that Tetris. Goes to 272. And Colin will transition with a double at 220. Here we go. Little 16. That's right. Gift for Justin. Yeah, that's right. All right, 294 to 227. And actually, Colin with the cleaner board right now. Although that S was not helpful. Kind of getting S bursted here at a inopportune time. But he's going to look to bring this down. Definitely handling himself well here. Can get that J all the way left, or that L, excuse me, all the way left. And now he's getting some untimely Z pieces. So again, he's just bringing this board down, staying alive, but he's starting to fall behind here, running out of time before that 19 plus hits to really close the gap. He's at 236, 310 for Yeehaw. So he's got to, yeah, both players under 10 lines to go till the 19 plus. They're on level 18 now. So we're going to see that speed increase again in just a moment here. Yeehaw will get there with the next Tetris. Colin still with 2 available. So Yeehaw gets there with the triple, 320 his score. So it's about an 80,000 point spread. There's a Tetris for Colin. Try and close the gap. He's got 4 lines to go until we get to that 19 speed. There's the lumber. There's the Tetris. Here we go. 19 plus. We are underway. Both players just kind of surviving here, hanging in there. But, ooh, Colin with a misdrop of a J, and he'll be finished at 292. And at 331, Yeehaw McKickass is going to kick some ass in that one. And we'll take game number 1. You know, Colin, you know, 19 is his kill screen, and he'll take that result. All right, we got GG's all around. Once we got it ready from both, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Let's do this. Actually, we got readies from both. So game number 2. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Take a shot for every time I say here we go. You'll be dead by the end of this. So there's a good drinking game for you if you don't value life. No, don't do that. I didn't suggest that. Oh my god. All right, so off we run. This is game number 2. And Yeehaw able to take it by being able to play further into the 19 plus, having a bit of a lead beforehand as well. But both players handling what the game is giving them pretty well here. And again, definitely some signs of improvement from Colin since the last time we saw him. I mean, we saw him a few weeks ago, and yeah, again, was playing a level 12, definitely struggling a bit more. But now, you know, again, playing 15 pretty comfortably, you know, even on 18 speed, playing decently comfortably. So, I mean, that's an improvement for sure. So here we go. About 40,000 apiece here. 47 for Yeehaw, 43 for Colin. Both are about 15 lines through this one. Nice little tuck of a J for Yeehaw. Oh, and of course, Boxy just let us know, I just wanted good company for Valentine's Day. And, well, you got it by being here. So I can tell you that for sure. Or at least I would think. I mean, I don't know. We're all kind of degenerates in our own way, but that's okay. I guess I'm mostly referring to myself with that, but hey, you got Marts. We got Marts, so that's cool. That's the real good company that we got here. So 83,000 here for Colin. He's got the lead over Yeehaw, who's at 54,000. We continue on here. Yeehaw in a bit of a dig. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I was assuming you meant everyone. You know, good company, right? Like we're all here, right? We all, like, I don't know, like 30 or something of us. I don't know, something like that, probably. Like, you know, it's a bunch of us all hanging out. Hey, that's what friendlies is about, right? I don't know, something like that. And also a hype energy, right? It's gotta be hype, screaming in your ears, right? Something like that. Yeah, hell yeah. No, wait, that's the wrong server. That's a different server. But anyway, right now, both players looking clean here, looking good. Yeehaw kind of shaking his head, probably at that stupid joke, but either way, he's at 83,000. 146 for Colin. Nice J-Bird. Wow, oh my god. That was actually a really good bird. So he is maintaining a lead here at the moment through 50 lines. We're about halfway to the level 16. All right, so again, I mean, I don't know what to say here. Again, both players are just playing some pretty textbook Tetris here. I mean, they're just keeping it clean, nice. Building out the right there from both players to get Tetris ready, and that was a simul Tetris we just saw. So 187 to 127, Colin maintaining a lead. Another Lombard, another Tetris for Colin. He'll surpass 200,000 here through 64 lines. And there's a Tetris for Yeehaw as well, though misdropped an L right after. So unfortunately, gonna have to take a few burns to get reopened, but that Z will help a lot, but could use a J, doesn't get it in time. So now may actually be opting to build for a center wall Tetris. Nope, decides to bring this back down. And there's a nice safety triple there from Colin as well. See Christ trademark. Oh, but those Z's not friendly for Colin here. Okay, some good tucks. Gonna keep him alive here, but he is starting to get up a little high. But that, I mean, seriously, that could have gotten really dicey really fast. And honestly, still could if he's not careful. Meanwhile, Yeehaw with a nice clean board. Looking to use this opportunity to catch back up. He's at 178, 239 for Colin as we got about 20 lines to go until we transition to the level 16. And oh, is Colin gonna go for this? He's gonna go for it, but the Lombard comes a little too early. So he's just like, all right, I'll burn down. I won't get flashy. So there you go. Still got about a 2 Tetris lead. He's gonna reopen the right side. So we got 10 lines to go now until we change over. Another Tetris for Colin. Yeehaw nice and clean as well. All right, another Tetris for Colin. Colin with 1 line to go here is at almost 300,000. So could potentially get there if he gets a Tetris before transition. If he gets, so he could have a 300 transition here. And for 15, that's decently solid. Oh, but Yeehaw barely gets the Lombard right there. He needs another one, but doesn't get it. At least not in time. He is in some deep trouble here, and he is done at 220. And at 310, level 16, Colin is gonna be good. We'll take game number 2. He'll tie it up. So there you go, GG. There you go. Yeah, he's amped up. Like, wow, I got it. I got one. Like, you take what you can get for sure sometimes. Almost like he was surprised, but hey, this is a good matchup, I think. All right, we got ready in the chat from Yeehaw. We got a ready or hover 3 from Colin. We'll go ahead. We'll continue. He's just putting in YH, the Chad move right there. All right, there we go. He's hovering 3. So let's count it down. Game number 3. It's now a best of 3 in 3, 2, 1 Tetris. All right, so here we go, game 3, and of course, I was wondering, those might just begin here. We got for the rest of the night, we got this, and then we got one more. We'll have Boxy and Martz coming up after the conclusion of this set. As Martz, just barely getting in that queue to keep that streak alive, that 3-year friendly streak alive. Because, of course, it's basically not, not even basically. It's just not friendlies without Martz at this point. Like, I mean, heck, I almost canceled last week because I thought there was a chance Martz wouldn't be there. But then he DM'd me like, yo, I'm going to get out of the hospital. So find me an opponent. I'm like, I got you. So, but no, genuinely, like, I almost canceled last week because I was nervous he wouldn't make it. That turned out to be a pretty fun matchup too. So, all right. So speaking of matchups, though, good matchups. This one started out pretty good here, and we're tied up 1-1, and we're pretty neck and neck in this game too. Kind of an awkward Z burn there from Colin, but Still Tetris ready. There's the long bar. There's the Tetris. So he'll get it. But now is going to have to take this double. Yes, we'll do it. Okay. So he knew that J was what he needed, and he got it. So. All right, so Yeehaw with about a 1 Tetris lead here through about 25 lines. Colin with a Tetris to close that gap. So, yeah, just kind of going back and forth here. We're just kind of chilling out here. You know, it's level 15, just kind of vibing. There's some nice burns here on both sides, just keeping the boards low. I mean, yeah, seriously, we're just kind of chilling here. Again, this is kind of our continuation of Upstarts night here, you know. Lots of people trying to contend for the Upstarts Championship. And again, Yeehaw kind of, you know, on like, you know, the fringe portion of those rankings. But I mean, he's been winning. That's the thing. He's been winning here on Friendlies, you know. It's enough to get him on the list. You know, it's not like he hasn't been winning. So, like. So, yeah, he's been pretty solid all around, you know. And he's got the lead right now, 165, 112 for Colin. Kind of an awkward S placement. Didn't really have a great spot for that. Now is looking for a square, an L or a J or something. Ooh, gonna baby set up dirty. Nope, gonna bring this down with the L. Now it's getting kind of long bar bursted, kind of hit over the head with them, as GD would tell you. But, oh, S misdrop. Oh, he hung that on the long bar in column 4. He's finished at 117. And at 205, Yeehaw is going to be good. He'll take the 2-1 lead. So there you go. Yeah, I think you had 100K. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Something like that. But either way, we got 2 readies. Or rather, a ready and a hover 3. So that's good enough for me. So let's count them down. Game number 4. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. If Yeehaw wins when you play his theme song. All right, I'll cue this up just in case. Hold on. Let's see if I can find this real quick. All right. Okay. All right. I've got it. I've got it teed up. So just in case, there you go. Just for you, Dadtris, I've got it teed up. Ooh, but right now, Yeehaw, knowing that it might be coming. Oh, he joins Club Zero. He got 0 points. And we're going to a decider. Oh, no. No! There you go. Willing to toss to not hear that song. Oh, my goodness. Hey, y'all's in good company. We got King there at one point, I think. We had Maestro there, most famously at one point, at least on this show. Thanks for the gift, checks in the mail. Oh my goodness. All right, we got readies. Here we go. Game number 5. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right. Of course, coming up next after this game, we'll have Mart and Boxy. Of course, they know the drill. They're probably already live, all that good stuff, so I don't gotta worry too much. So all right, some burns required here from Yeehaw. He's taking them pretty good here, taking his time. And it is level 15. You know, it's kind of a nice chill level here. Got the nice chill colors as well, so it's a nice change of pace. And of course, Colin definitely having a pretty solid game again, has improved a lot. And Yeehaw, I mean, yeah, that was an unfortunate Club Zero there. I thought that was a pretty GD no-worthy moment there. So, yeah. No, if people enjoy that, I am going to start using that more often, though, because that's, I don't know. I finally added, I've been meaning to add that to my scene for several weeks now. So, like, King sent that to me, was like, yo, like, you should use this, and I just never got around to it until, like, yesterday, so. I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny, but then again, everyone's sense of humor is a little different, right? So, but what's also different here is our little score gap, right? Our two scores are pretty different. Not by a lot, but they are different. 70,000 here for Colin, and a Tetris down the middle. Little fist bump goes to 89,000. 104 for Yeehaw McKickass. And, ooh, kind of an awkward S placement there. I probably would have put that in the other spot towards the right, but he can look at that later and see that for himself. But right now, he's going to get another Tetris anyway. He'll go to 124. 110 for Colin. So so it's under a Tetris difference, right? Yeah, under a Tetris. Because I know it's like 19,000 something here on 15. So yeah, definitely under a Tetris. I always forget because I'm so used to doing 18 where it's like, I mean, even then I kind of just estimate. I don't memorize what they're all worth except for like level 24, which is 30,000 exactly. I don't, I just don't memorize that. Like, but I do, it's like, I just know, like, okay, it's like, it's less of, it's less points on 15. It's like, that's all that really matters, right? So, about a 16,000 point spread, though, still 151 to 166. Yeehaw with the lead. So we are about halfway to the level 16 transition again. So that's 100 lines in instead of 130. As it would be if it was an 18 start, but it's not what we're doing here, and that's A-okay. All right, so Yeehaw still enjoying the lead. Both players just taking some burns here. And, ooh, Kala going to go for a nice column 3 Tetris. Knocks it down, 177. Just to try and stay close to Yeehaw's score. Playing a little bit aggressively there. But that was a good well transfer. And, yeah, he's back by, again, probably about a Tetris and a half. Tetris and a half, 2 Tetrises, something like that. As we are now 65 lines through for both. Both players waiting on a long bar. Yeehaw gets it first. And Colin gets it shortly after that, but a bit too late. But now he's going to reopen the... Well, there's the long bar. There's the Tetris. He'll go to 201. 232 for Yeehaw, who's just been playing pretty clean here. We've got about 30 lines to go till we transition to the level 16 through 18 speed. And there we go. Another Tetris for Colin, goes 223. So again, it's been a pretty, I mean, seriously, this has been a good set overall. I mean, it's been close. I mean, I know Colin kind of joked, like, yeah, this set's not going to take 30 minutes, assuming because he bet he was going to top out, but it hasn't really happened here. Like, they've been, at least not early for the most part, it hasn't been like, he hasn't joined Club Zero, like he hasn't, so. He nodded his head like, yep, that's exactly why. So. But of course, all kidding aside, we got 10 lines to go to a transition. 295 to 262. Yeehaw still with the lead and is playing much better here than in game 4, of course. So, again, this is do or die for both players here. Oh, but that square. Oh, another ill-timed square. That is like 4 friggin' squares in 5 pieces. That is yikes. He's still okay and gets a nice tuck. And it's just waiting on this long bar now. He's Tetris ready. Meanwhile, Colin transitions 303. Yeehaw right behind him here, 302. transitions at 303, and a Tetris go to 323. Oh my god, we are neck and neck. Nice little acrobatics from Colin on that L, but ooh, that left side looking rather dicey, but gets the lumber over, leaning into it. Oh, but a couple more missed drops. Lost Das, and he's finished at 306. So at 347, Yeehaw will survive game number 5, and he'll take the game of the match. Charlie. So there you go. You can finish this one out if you want. You may as well. It's already game 5, so why the hell not? I'll go ahead and set up the winner scene while we're sitting here. And I said screw it. All right. So there we go. And yeah, he said he didn't want to hear the song. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I won't torture. I'm sorry, Dad Tris. I'm sorry, but I won't torture Yeehaw with that song if he doesn't want to hear it. So, so there you go. There's your winner, Yeehaw and Kit Kats. Of course, a very good set overall. So GG's all around. Thank you both for coming on. So yeah. So up next, we got Boxy and Martz as our last match of the night. So don't go anywhere. Let's go get that set up. We'll be right back.
And the whole conspiracy would have been exposed!
All right, the little conspiracy's been exposed. Thank you for the raid, Colin. Table for one. Of course, you're just in time. Back here for the main event. What turned out to be the main event for the night, as the music has stopped for whatever reason. I don't know why you would do that. There we go. All right, here we go. Introductions, please. On the red side, he is one of our moderators here over in the world of Tetris Friendlies. And he is, of course, finally making his return with Who Wants to Be a Max Outer this Wednesday. So make sure to go check that out with the one, the only, Boxy. His opponent over on the blue side just barely squeaking into the queue. Of course, another one of our hosts, our ELO battle hosts here in the world of Tetris Friendlies. But of course, he's more well known for making an appearance on every single episode of Tetris Friendlies tonight. Well, including tonight. And that is under the nickname Mr. Friendlies. Give it up for the one, the only, Martz. So there we go. He was not gonna miss tonight, and I forgot to get rid of the gloves. Whoopsie. We're gonna fix that in post. There we go. All right. So of course you two know the drill. You're ready, let me know. Level selection, all that good stuff. I don't care how you work that out, however you want to do it. All right, Boxy says ready your level marts. So and Mart says, nah man, I'm playing hot potato, you pick the level first. Okay, never mind, we're doing 18. So all right, we got ready, so we're doing level 18 first. Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right, and of course, Boxy letting you know in the chat, who wants to be a Max Outer Season 2? Starts this Wednesday. It is at 21 UTC. That is 4 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're in the US, or if you're in my time zone, it is at 4 p.m. Eastern. So definitely make sure to check that out. And of course, check out whoever is hosting ELO Battles this Wednesday as well, probably soon after that. So I think it is Ian Keith this week. So definitely make sure to check that out. So yeah, definitely Wednesday going to be a big day in the world of Classic Tetris. More Tetris than you can handle. But hey, that's a good kind of day, I would say. As abusive as this game is, right? Like we just can't seem to quit it. We just cannot seem to quit our relationship with this game. Like we just can't. I don't, you know, like why we torture ourselves with this? I don't know, but we do it anyway. So that's why we're all here, right? That's why we're all here right now. So anyway, we're underway. Mart's still looking for his first Tetris here. He is having a bit of a suffer start. And there we go. Finally, there's the lumber. There's the Tetris. Nice clean board for him. He's at 42,000. 81 for Boxy. So Boxy not doing a whole lot better as he's got the left well setup going here. He just needs something for that left side to reopen it. But yeah, these pieces kind of suck. Not going to lie. So he's looking to bring this back down here. There we go. Nice L piece. And now his Tetris ready down the left. Just waiting on the line. But guess what? It ain't coming. But now it does. There's the lumber. There's the Tetris barely getting that over. And, ooh, rotated that S. Not sure what the plan is here. Oh, gonna go for the J spin, but misses it. So he's at 133. Mart's at 71. So kind of suffering all around, all across the board here on both sides. So Mart's gonna need to dig this out because, again, he is behind. All right, so he's got a J holder on the left, gonna fill it with the J. All right, so Mart's just trying to get this down, but it keeps, yeah, it's always just like one like misdrop or one bad base that's like back up to the ceiling. Oh, what a tuck. Okay, that was a good tuck though. This might be it. Oh, the T gets left. Good dance control from Martz. Oh, my God. He is staying alive here. There's a lumber down the right for a double. Okay, he is back down to safety, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my God. And that J was not good for his board. He's shaking his head like, what on earth? Still staying alive again, just suffering like crazy here. Back over 100,000 points right now. So Boxy at 240 here through 72 lines. So he's not, again, he's not having the best of games either, but Mart's just at 103. But he's finally got a clean board, and there's the lumber, there's the Tetris. So he's finally back on the board here, and is gonna have to turn up the heat if he wants to catch up. So Boxy is just running with it, even though he's going for left wells. Perhaps in an effort to handicap himself a bit, but does not seem to be working as he has got a nice lead here. And there's a simultaneous, look at that. Dude, imagine if we had them on opposite sides. That would have just been like two long bars like right next to each other, just Oh, that would have been so satisfying. But of course, they're on the wrong sides. So. All right, Martz with the Tetris goes to 196 here through 96 lines. 334 here for the game show host. And nice burn there with a J on the left. Meanwhile, Martz is Tetris ready here. Oh, there we go. Another simul Tetris there. All right, another one for Martz. So Martz with about 20 lines to go till we transition. Boxy with about 25-ish. And yeah, Martz just looking to close this gap before the 19 plus, but Boxy not slowing down here. Of course, neither is Martz. 268 to 405. All right, so we continue on here. Just about 10 lines to go till we change over to the 19 plus. All right, there's a T left from Martz. Martz just flinging those pieces left the best he can. Gets the square over 2. Good dash control. And there's a lumber. There's a Tetris. Goes to 319. All right, 3 lines to go. Yeah, Tetris for both. We'll get them to transition. Oh, but Mart's going to do it with his bird. 322. Lots of 2s in that score. But look at this. He's going to look to bring this down. There we go. Got the right reopen. Going to go ahead and take some safety burns. Boxy, meanwhile, at 505. And he's going to get a nice left well Tetris. Go to 531. So Mart's just trying to dig this down. Ooh, barely gets that square in position. But that long bar going to get all the way left. That's going to be good for Martz here. Needs a Z. Gets it. But, oh, that L, not where he wanted it. That L was not where he wanted it. And again, it's just continuing to dig here. That Z, probably not where he wanted that either. But gets a long bar left. That'll help. That will be helpful, but that square, oh man, so a few misdrops. It's starting to fall apart here, and it will. He's finished at 345, and at 548 for Boxy, he'll be good. He'll take game number 1. Yeah, lots of suffering all around there from Martz. It looks like Boxy might play this out of the Volage well. Ooh, what a suck, but no, nothing more than that. All right, we got a ready in chat from Boxy. There's a ready from Martz, so I'm assuming we're sticking with 18, so let's do it. Game number 2. Here we go. In bot, hello? Is the bot not gonna do it? Let's try that again. 3. Oh, bot might actually just not be working. All right, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. There you go. All right. Yeah, I guess the bot is not working. I was just doing that weird delay that it does sometimes. But no, it just did not want to work. So, right? Like, okay, the Q command works. Okay, I don't get it, man. I don't know why that didn't work. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know why that countdown didn't work, but all right. That's weird. There's a Boxy with a very awkward board here to start. Oh, nice J-Tuck, but that, yeah, it's not going to matter. That's a rough board there. So he's finished 23,000, and at 35,000, Martz will be good. We'll take game number 2, and we'll tie it up. Warm-up's done. Thanks for that. All right, we got readies in the chat from both. Let's count it down. Game number 3. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Okay, so that time it worked. I don't know why it didn't work the last 2 times I tried to do that, but it worked. Yeah, 'cause I was thinking like, oh, maybe the bot's down, right? But no, it just was being dumb, apparently. Like, is there some other, like, big event going on that might, like, not really. Goodness. All right, so again, Boxy sticking with the left wells here. And he's got a Tetris on the board. Martz with 2. And of course, yeah, like I said, earlier, of course, we'll want to make sure to check out Who Wants to Be a Max Outer Season 2, that debut of Season 2 on Wednesday. That'll be at 21 UTC. You guys don't want to miss that. I know I'm gonna try not to miss that myself. But it is like right as I'm getting out of work, so maybe, but I'm definitely gonna try and catch it for sure, because I don't know. I thought it was a cool idea, and I'm glad to see it coming back. So, right. Meanwhile, speaking of Boxy, though, he is got square after square on that right side, which I guess is good for him because he's going left well. But his board not really in great shape at all. Okay, long bar gonna give him a double, bring it down. And yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and start chipping away here. He's at 84,000. Martz 151. Yeah, again, Boxy just taking some good burns here. All right, gonna get that long bar all the way left. There we go. But again, is not getting the best pieces to bring this down efficiently. I mean, he's doing the best he can, I would say, but he's just, yeah, that Z, I mean, like, what do you do with that? Nice talk. There's a lumbar. There's a Tetris for the score. And, oh, look at this. That was a beautiful tuck of that J or whatever piece that was to set him up for that. That was beautiful. 119 for Boxy. This time it's him having the suffer game. Martz at 186. Doing A-okay. Yeah, Boxy not going to go for a Buko spin here. I don't blame him. I don't really know how to do those. It's not hard, but I'm not in that situation enough, so. So 147 to 212. Martz with the lead. Yeah, both players moderately clean. And Martz just needing a couple of burns. Yeah, you can see he's definitely, and again, he's someone who's really improved a lot. I mean, there's a reason now. I mean, again, this is gonna be a continuation of the Upstarts night, right? Like there's a reason he's up there with his son nowadays, in the Upstarts rankings. There was a while he was, he kind of had a rough go for a while, and he's been improving quite a bit, I would say. I mean, PB hasn't gone up a lot, but I'd say, his level of play certainly has earned him a spot. I think, what rank is he in the Upstarts? Yeah, I mean, he's number 7 at the moment. Again, as of the 3rd, as of a couple weeks ago, he is 7th place. His way to the Upstarts division. So again, maybe someone, so again, kind of someone on the fringe of like maybe being able, like being able to try. Maybe being able to try and take the title. But we shall see. Of course, they want it. Of course, if all these people that been talking about all night long want to do that, they gotta prove it. And Martz looking to do just that. He does have the lead, 275, 250 for Boxy. Both players in a bit of a mess. Martz is cleaner now, though. And we're starting to approach that 100 line mark here for both. Martz with the Tetris will get there, 300,000. Boxy just trying to bring this board back down to earth here. Trying to get his board under control. All right, that long bar left will help. Again, he's trying to reopen the well on the left, but oh my god, the triple flip. of the L. Made it work though with the square, so nothing too out of hand. Not like Doctor Strange too, right? Things just got out of hand. We're not at that level yet. And there we go. Boxy gonna get it worked out. There's the lumbar. There's the Tetris. Acrobatics on the L to get set up for another one. So Martz with about, is actually both players with more or less about 15 line skills. We transition. Martz now with under 10. He's at 396, over 100,000 point lead. All right, so transition coming up very shortly. Let's takes a quick double there. There's the lumbar. There's the Tetris. And there's one for Boxy as well. So, okay, so next Tetris for both. We'll get them there. Martz has surpassed 400,000 units. Got 2 lines to go. Waiting on this long bar. He's holding out. There's the lumbar. There's the Tetris. He'll get there at 446. And another one right away. He'll go to 470. Boxy 366. And Martz is building up here. He knows he's got to keep up the pace. He gets another one to go to 495. All right, he hung a long bar on column 2 there, so he's going to have to work to... He's got it down as much as he can. And there we go. Now going to get another one over. Keep that board in safe position here. So he's got about 100,000 point lead here over Boxy right now. So if Martz can just stay alive here, you know, keep his board in good shape, basically, you know, don't allow Boxy to come back, but a couple misdrops. All right, ice burn with the square. The T, that was probably about as good a burn you were going to get. But, oh, a misshift to the following T. Barely gets the J over, but nothing more than that. He'll be finished at 512. Boxy in trouble, too, at 455. He needs 513. Oh my God, can he bring this down? No, he can't with the S. That was not gonna do it. And he's finished. So Martz at 512. He topped out, but that was enough. He's got the 2-1 lead. That's right, Emulator DAS sucks, man. Like, it does. It does. I can tell you that one firsthand. All right, so game point for Martz. And Ness DAS sucks too. Yeah. There's a reason I roll now, but you know, it's what it is. All right, we're ready. Level 18 still is what we're sticking with. So here we go. Game 4. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right, it's game point here for Martz. This is normally the part where I say, oh, well, coming up next. No, that's it. After coming up next, we're done. So, so Martz wins this. We're done for the night. Boxy wins. Well, we get to play another game. So there you go. All right, there we go. Boxy. Actually, I might refresh both of these two just to make sure we're all good, because I think I'm a little delayed. And just do a quick refresh on both sides. Just make sure we're all set there. Looks like we are. Excellent. And of course, Penguin letting everyone know that Martz came here to eat poutine and kick some ass, and he is out of poutine. So we'll see how much that statement holds true here in this game number 4, excuse me. He's got about a 10,000 point lead right now. All right, so he's set up for the Tetris. Boxy takes the lead with one, but Martz takes it back. So nice neck and neck start. So again, Martz is a few lines ahead because I think he started a little earlier. So. Okay. And of course, one last reminder from the Burp, stay hydrated. All right, gotta take care of yourselves. All right, I do it because it's my job. So there you go. All right, Tetris for Martz goes to 128. Boxy just hanging in there with these left wells, but ooh, that square came at a really bad time for him. So still a few burns required here. Nice little rooftop burn. But unfortunately, I had to create another hole in the process. And yeah, unfortunately, keeps having to put weight on that left side. So it's going to take him some time to bring this down. This is Martz's chance to start building a lead here, though. He's actually digging himself. So actually, not really a great board for either player. Although actually, Boxy now, as soon as I say that, he's nice and clean now. I keep forgetting he's going for left well, so I'm like, oh, this isn't a good board. No, it is a good board, because that's what he's going for, so. All right, so Boxy just, oh man, these pieces not great. He's trying to stay Tetris ready. There we go. There's the long bar for the score. Goes to 126. 149 for the French Canadian Crusher. So Martz still enjoying a bit of a lead. Ooh, both players in some trouble here. So it's going to be a matter of if either of them tops out here, that's probably going to be who loses. Boxy just, oh, that square going to help. Okay. Oh, but he misdrops the T. And that's going to be it. He is finished at 133. Oh, no. Unfortunate finisher for Boxy. But Martz gets to say game 4 is no more. There you go. I had to play the GD yell. I had to. All right. With that, yeah, Martz happy about that one. Let's go down for the winner scene here. He's done it. The French Canadian Crusher. Martz getting it done. 3 games to 1. So GG's all around tonight. And of course, thanks everyone that showed up tonight. So yeah. Martz with the dub. And of course, thank you as always for the 100 bits. You are way too kind, sir. So yeah, with that, that'll be it for me. I'm gonna go find a raid target. I'll actually be off next week for friendlies, and I'll make the announcement later. But you guys get to know now. I'm gonna be off next week because my services are required outside of Classic Tetris. That's right, Burb Wizard, pretty popular guy. So yeah, pretty popular voice. So with that, I'm gonna find a raid target real quick. I think I'm gonna raid Ian Keith. See how long this restream is gonna continue to go. Mute that. Oh yeah, it's game 2 of that. Okay, yeah, we'll go raid Ian Keith, the Upstarts champion. Here we come. So go say hi to him for me. Remember, Team Same Voice. And yeah, I'll see you guys probably, I don't know, later this week. I might play on Chase Down on Wednesday. I don't know. We'll see. But either way, see y'all soon. Bye.